Here in my arms, with your head on my shoulder, you need to be here in my arms. Yeah, yes, dance for the Lord. You dance, yeah, in the meantime, dance for me, woman. Hey, hey, hey. Dance for me, baby. Do it like I'd love you to do. Dance for me,
Well, good evening and good morning. Welcome to Ruby Radio. Today is Wednesday, and as per usual, we have your list of informative programs lined up for you. We are going to be talking to our journalist, well-known journalist and public commentator, Mr. Hilton Dennis. We are going to kick-start the program with him. And then we are going over to Portland, where we want to find out what is happening on the ground over there. We're going to be talking to some political representatives. 3 o'clock, we'll be talking with the mayor of Mandeville. Yes. And 4 o'clock, it is food security. We'll be talking to our representatives about what is happening in the farming community. The rain has dealt some heavy blows in Manchester and St. Elizabeth. Crops and farm roads badly damaged. Yes, so let us start. Hilton, good afternoon.
Afternoon, President. How are you?
Well, I am supposed to be okay. Now, yes, I would like you to bring our listeners up to date. My listeners and viewers, would have observed what is happening at NCB. Firstly, the chairman has taken leave, and then we observe where he has sold a large amount of his shares.
Yes.
And I recall seeing you outlining some information on NCB. Tell us what is happening from your perspective, Hilton.
So, NCB is a household name in Jamaica, right?
Yes, of course.
Started out as Barclays Bank of England, right? One of the longest existing institutions in Jamaica, going back to the days of slavery, not just colonial days, but before emancipation. All right, there's a very long history. Barclays Bank, DCO.
Yes.
Right. And then it was nationalized. Right, there was a nationalization of financial institutions because the whole financial sector was owned by foreign corporations in Jamaica up to the time when we got independence, or so-called independence, and years, maybe a decade thereafter. Two, right? The NCB was one of the last institutions to be nationalized. And in 1986, the government introduced employee share ownership to facilitate broad-based ownership of institutions that were being divested, such as NCB, so that workers were able to be given loans to purchase the shares in these entities. Okay? And so it is a broad base of Jamaicans that recapitalized NCB for its nationalization. And it was a profitable bank all along, right? Nothing untoward um, before the debacle that we came to know as FinSac. Um, that was the destructive work of Minister of Finance named Omar Davies under the administration of PJ Patterson. So the FinSac debacle unfolded in the mid 1990s. NCB, as the biggest bank, the biggest financial institution, deemed too big to fail, had a mismatch of assets, right? Had a large block of non-performing loans, but it was instrumental in resolving smaller banks. Central National Bank depositors did not lose anything, right? You remember the FinSat debacle started with the government moving in on Central National Bank one Sunday night. And then there was a run on the institutions, right? People thought they were going to lose money. NCB was the bank that was used to pay out the Central National Depositors. And NCB sold off, it was part of a whole group of companies. One of the issues that were raised was um, interconnection, conflict of interest, um, long-term investments being made with short-term savings and so on. Eh? The government separated the non-performing assets of the bank, bought those assets, and recapitalized the bank at the level of $6 billion. All right, all of this occurred somewhere around 19. I don't have the exact year. I can look back and get that for you, right? But that was the aftermath of FinSA. Certainly, it occurred before Michael Leachin was purportedly sold the bank.
Yes.
Okay, purportedly sold, and then claims were being made that he rescued a beleaguered institution, which are patently false. Anyone who makes a claim is lying because the bank had been restored to profitability. It's a listed entity. The records are there to show the profits that were being made. He did not buy a bank that needed to be rescued or rehabilitated, right? The government had appointed Oliver Clark as the chairman during that period of resolution. Oliver Clark has always been known to be a no-nonsense finance person, right? When it comes to overseeing the running of any entity, right? And he had overseen the resolution before the state of the beach. In fact, he himself wanted to purchase it under the umbrella of Jamaica National,
Yes.
and that did not occur.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So Michael Leachin brought a new culture. Yes, he brought in a new management team, and he brought a new culture of banking to Jamaica. That that seemed very customer centric at the outset, right? That's what he brought. He didn't rescue any beleaguered institution. So it seemed more customer centric, and the existing shareholders who rightly should have been given first preference to buy the bank through what we call a rights issue.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they were cheated of this, since it was taxpayers' money that was used to rescue the bank and restore it to profitability, right? Since they were cheated of this, they were quieted by being paid, because everything was in line for the bank to make good profit. It wooed the customers in the early days under Michael Leachin very nicely and started to make very great profit and pay some good dividends. And then all of a sudden, right, remember he ended up owning 75% of the bank,
Yes, yes.
right? And he was able to pay for it over time. It wasn't a one-shot upfront purchase, right? So actually out of the performance of the same institution, he paid for the institution.
Yes, yes.
Who gets deals like those, right? And then makes a claim to the contrary that he rescued the bank. And more egregiously, right, the head of the company, the FinSec organization, that was responsible for intervening in the financial institutions, locking them down, winding up and whatever, ends up as the CEO of NCB.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes.
So you had those kinds of aberrations. But it got progressively worse where they stopped paying dividends.
Yes.
And pensioners, a lot of NCB shareholders are pensioners, right? Who rely on their dividend check. The investment in the bank is substantial enough to supplement their pension and balance it out, right? The pension may not be as strong. They stopped paying for a number of years, and it leads me to the question that the regulators, why have the regulators allowed this sort of free-for-all administration of the affairs of the bank? It's a listed entity. Why have they allowed the bank to declare dividends in a whimsical way and in this way hurt the shareholders?
So, do you know the reason why they stopped paying dividends?
One of the reasons they used was the pandemic.
Okay.
The effect of the pandemic on the performance of the institution.
Yes.
But during the pandemic, they never made losses. And I'm saying to you, if you are reserving profits to mitigate against future risks, this is really what you usually reserve profits for, there should be a cap on this. You should be able to estimate what your the likely impact of certain things are going to be, right, on the institution. And you are going to say we need $10 billion in order to withstand the shock or whatever of it. When you have reached that threshold, you cannot indefinitely withhold dividends from your shareholders.
Yes, yes, yes.
But that is the problem is, so you must have a threshold of, tolerance
Yes.
of risk. And then you say when you have reached that level, just like hedging, the government was hedging against erratic movements in oil prices. You remember the other day,
Yes,
right?
I remember that.
You must have a threshold for these things and put a cap so that when you have reached that limit, you can resume paying a dividend. And there must also be, right, when you have reached the threshold of that sort of cap, there must also be a regulatory requirement for you to pay a certain level of dividends too, because you have no need to reserve profit. So companies have a style, that they will pay 2 cents in the dollar. On the whims of the directors, when the company is a minority shareholders, were always hurt by these things, because if you own a large volume of shares, 2 cents in the dollar might still yield you a decent dividend check, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for the minority shareholders, what it yields you, you might just be paying for the postage to send the check to you.
Yes.
And you just use it as a souvenir, right? So it must be a requirement that if I reach my reserve threshold, you pay 90 cents in the dollar or 8 cents, but something substantial.
Yes, yes,
Right?
yes.
You can't on the whims of the majority shareholder board directors. So there are a lot of things that are wrong. That small people capitalize institutions. Small people's savings are borrowed by the wealthy in the society. The government also used to borrow the savings and issue paper for them, right? Small working class people who are told to save for a rainy day, to be frugal, to be thrifty, are taken advantage by these financial institutions who exploit them. They can't get loans. They can't get anything to better their lives. Pensioners who bought the shares for years, waited to be able to earn decent dividends to supplement their pension, are exploited in the most disgraceful way. And NCB has come to be the biggest example of that disgraceful exploitation.
Yes, yes, yes. And what do you make of the chairman and largest shareholder shelling off millions of dollars worth of shares?
Well, Desmond, we can only speculate or conjecture why he's doing it. We don't have the facts. He has said a number of things, right? He lost his investment holding company in Canada. The CEO resigned abruptly with immediate effect. He said he had to retreat to oversee the affairs of that entity. He
Yeah.
says he has developed a new interest in nuclear technology, in medical research. There's a breakthrough drug that is being developed to treat cancers. There are all kinds of stories out there. He insists he is not in bad health, physically or financially. He is not in any trouble. But the story is being followed. There are a lot of stories, but I would not venture to say anything absolutely or conclusively without, getting the facts to support it.
Right, right, yes. But as
But something is amiss. Something is amiss, and he's not sending a good signal of confidence because he can't be saying that he's taking profit because the shares are plummeted.
mhm,
You understand? The
yes,
value of the shares have plummeted. So it could be somebody bailing off a ship rather than somebody taking profit,
yes,
right?
yes.
Somebody bailing off a ship. And the captain must be the last to leave if the ship is sinking.
Yes. But
By regulation, the
yeah,
captain must be the last.
yes,
So it is sending a very bad signal for confidence in the market. And he's playing the people for by the explanations that are being given, right?
yes,
NCB has done a lot, right? By using the leveraging its strength, it has also done a lot to depress the value of the Jamaican dollar,
oh,
right?
oh,
And banking thing, the driving of inflation and so on, the spoiling of the customer experience of financial institution customers. A lot has been done to really spoil the whole experience of
mm,
customers in the financial
yeah.
and to run
And
the economy on a whole.
listeners will recall that Mr. Two things that Mr. Chin acquired government made lands out by St.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine, those ex-sugar lands available to him for agricultural
Mm-hmm.
purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And to date, we don't know what has happened to those that
So
agricultural.
it is interesting that you have a segment of your program coming up called food security. A
Yeah,
lot of private landowners have vast tracts of land still that they no longer find viable to maintain in agriculture.
yes,
An investor like Leachin should go and buy those lands and be free to do what he wanted. But government should be the last to be selling off agricultural land for housing or for any developer to feel free to convert to housing when there is a national issue of food security that has to be addressed that is not being addressed, right? We
yes,
have to have a balance, and the government should be the last to disrupt that balance. It is disgraceful, right? And that is why they do everything to frustrate the people having a greater say in the running of the country, right?
yes, sir.
They
And
make a mockery of what sovereignty means.
yeah. And you recall that economic form that promise he made about was it 5 in 4?
Yeah, well, that was showmanship. Other private sector leaders have done similar things back in the day.
Yeah,
And then one got in trouble now for doing something that they thought was contrary. That was showing them up. So between Butch Stewart, Dan Crawford, and now Michael Leachin, they have made these big show, pronouncements and undertakings, right? Rescue dollar and all kinds of initiatives. So, nothing came of nothing came of the Legion 4 in 5 or 5 in 4.
Yes.
You know, it was a dead in the water, late non-starter initiative.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, it is interesting. It is interesting. We have to keep our eyes on what is happening there because um, NCB, one of the things that we can say about NCB, it was turned around to become the most successful bank in the country. And
It was turned around by whom?
well,
Turned around. Because when you put into the sophistry to Mr. President, the
no,
bank was handed, whoever purchased the bank got a solvent, profitable institution. Solvent means sufficiently capitalized. Profitable means that it was operating at a level where its income exceeded its expenses. When it was sold to Mike.
yes, yes, I know. But at the time when it was sold, Scotiabank was the leading bank. And
Uh,
that based on that,
being legal that profitably, it means that Scotia's assets may have exceeded the assets of NCB. As now we understand, Sagicor Bank, which in not too long time past we would say was a small bank.
yes,
We understand that Sagicor has now overtaken NCB.
yes. So
And much is said about that.
well, what I'm saying is that we have to keep eyes. The public should keep eyes on what is happening at NCB. To
Yeah, you and I promised to talk about polarization of the press. You and I, as former leaders of the Press Association, need to bemoan the parlous state of reporting, where this is a story, this is a developing story, this is a major investigative story. We should look at all the tentacles relating to NCB, right? That holding company in Canada, what is happening? Is there any regulatory issue going on in Canada that is underlying the sale of shares in NCB or all the other moves that we see being made? We are the reporters who are assigned and guided by knowledgeable editors, right? To probe and come up with the answers without speculation, without having to interview the subject and be trotting out what is told, handed down and told to you. Why aren't we posing questions to him based on our findings for which he has to give answers?
well, one of the things.
Where has reporting and that strong journalism gone in this country?
Well,
Why are we complacent and why are we so relaxed about it?
one of the things that you know, is that, for example, remember, as we speak right now, and this has been happening for a time, that the merger of RGR and Gleaner, that is now one entity, right? And you also know that because of the power of the advertising dollar, that has been one of the chokehold around the press, the neck of the press in Jamaica. But
if you look at the ratings that have come out recently, the listenership numbers that have come out recently, okay, the mouthpiece proxies are falling way behind in audience and listenership. And so the advertising dollar should be allocated differently, and we should be able to get better reporting, even though they have joined the Press Association.
yes,
So you have an entity using the strength of its number, having 5 radio stations, and the free-to-air TV, more than one free-to-air TV and cable, and the leading newspaper and so on, right? That doesn't stop us from calling for more probative
no,
reporting
we should,
standard.
as a matter of fact, with that strength, what we should be getting is more probity out of that entity. But
Yes.
but we are not getting that. You know, on that note, Hilton, there is something that I observe. I observe. I used to be CNN was my favorite international television network. But I observed something after COVID. CNN, Fox News, what is a MC, another entity there. I observe a change. I observe a change in these entities, even Al Jazeera. In other words, my observation is that the output from these organizations have fallen. Just like what is happening in Jamaica, I am seeing a dip in the output. And I also observed that there has been numerous changes in presenters and management at these entities too. Just like in Jamaica, if you look at television nowadays, you will see that there has been a complete change. The faces that we are accustomed to are no longer. Well, you know, Doreen died and Michael died, and
Yes.
but
Yes.
it's a new slate of presenters we are looking at. We are seeing these
Right.
days. And
But we used to have transmission. We used to have transition without disruption.
yes,
We used to have succession without, the thing becoming less effective or whatever the word is.
yes,
You know, succession without dilution, if you want to call it that.
right.
So why now we can't have the same kind of transition?
Well,
You know, whose agenda is served by turning the press into Cinderella?
well, look at the ownership of the major press houses in the country, and that will tell you a story.
Right.
Because
When they're working at cross purposes, they're working. Remember, you've always had to have radicalism introduced to wake up the status quo in the media,
yes,
right? You and I came in, and others came in through that kind of waking up
yes,
approach, right? There are things that we have shut our eyes to, and we could see where it would lead, and it has come to pass. When there was all this excitement in 1990, to be precise, when Michael Manley had just returned to power, and one of the first things on his agenda was to democratize media, as he said, open up the space for more objective reporting by divesting what government owned the JBC,
yes,
right? Which is how the plethora of radio stations come about, and which is how you have CBM TV versus TVJ, competition in these areas, right? There was a lot of excitement. There was public hearing at PCJ building, right?
mm-hmm.
And then the licenses were awarded. Who is it in the that committed the mischief of putting in the agreement because they were trying to prevent certain people from getting who the Oliver Clark had cleaner. They didn't want him to get into electronic media,
Yes.
and vice versa, right? Who is it then in the one mischief that amended those agreements for consolidation to occur after a number of years,
Mm-hmm.
so that Oliver Clark could not only get into electronic media, which there was no reason to keep him out, but could now end up owning, under Gleaner or whatever, owning multiple radio stations, and then RJ buys out Gleaner with those stations to add to theirs. And who is it in the mischief that allows that consolidation?
Well,
And when media, which says it's the oxygen of democracy, and our own journalist members acquiesce to that sort of thing, to frustrate democracy in the media, to frustrate that kind of objective reporting that is necessary, right?
yes.
By consolidating ownership almost to a monopoly. When our own people do that and are satisfied to do that, where are we heading?
Yes. Hilton, I tell you what, we have to continue. We have to continue this discussion because
We have our work to do, and we have to just do it,
yes, because
Fear left
you,
before.
you are touching some serious points there. And we
Yeah,
have to,
we have to set the focus, Mr. President. We have to set the focus.
yes, sir. I want to thank you very much. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's a pleasure all the time.
Yes, sir. This platform is open for ideas. Thank you. That was Mr. Hilton.
Okay.
It was Mr. Hilton Dennis, and we were discussing public affairs, what is happening at NCB and the media. Well, there are so many things going on right now that we just have to keep our eyes open, because the situation is poised. We need to get, as he pointed out, the output from the media these days has fallen. It has fallen. And, when it comes on to, we need to look at, as I said, the ownership structure. That is something that we need to look at. Who owns what? Because it is something that requires us to be on our P's and Q's. Now, we want to go over to Portland. Mr. Bell, are you there? Hello? We want to talk to our caretaker, Mr. Colin Bell. He is the person, he is going to be the candidate from all indications who is going to contest the East Portland constituency. And we want to, Mr. Bell, I don't know, I'm not here getting him straight up. Let us take a break, and then we sort out ourselves with Mr. Colin Bell. Let's take a break. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we are now going over to Portland, where we are going to be talking to Mr. Colin Bell. Now, Mr. Colin Bell is the person, as a matter of fact, from all indications, he is the person who's going to contest on the PNP ticket, the East Portland constituency. Mr. Bell, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Desmond. How are you doing?
Well, I am supposed to be doing okay. Now,
Okay, supposed to.
yes. What is happening? What is happening in East Portland? When I look from all indications, I can see, and I'm going to talk about what I see on social media. That when I look, I can see that there's a lot of work going on in the constituency, and the things are going well for the people. Is it so?
You said it, when you look on social media, you see like a lot of work been going on and things are happening for the people.
Yes, sir.
I have been hearing that too. So I'd love to ask you, I know that I'm here for the interview, but the fact that you said you see a lot of things, I'd love for you to tell the people of Jamaica and the people of the world some of those things that you have seen happening.
Well, for example, I see roads being worked on. At the same time, I see people demonstrating about road conditions. I see items where water is being provided. And yes, the last thing I saw where the market that was gutted, I saw where the MP reported that he has raised 40 million to rebuild the market.
Mm-hmm. But 40 million to rebuild the market, 40 million to rebuild.
Yes.
Okay.
To repair the market that was gutted.
But why would she raise funds to repair the market when the market is insured?
Yeah, so that is a question that came to my mind, because I also saw the Minister of Local Government issuing a statement that the market is being repaired by the Local Government Ministry.
With their insurance.
Right, so...
all right, let me say this to you, my brother.
Yes.
There are a lot of optics. Yeah? A lot of optics. And a lot of movies have been filmed in Portland as well, but I don't think there's one going on now, because normally when the movies have been filmed in Portland, a lot of people get jobs and the economy is booming in the parish.
Yes, sir.
To some of those roads that you're still working on, let me also make it clear to the people of Jamaica and remind them that that road is a bittersweet road for us here in Portland, because the last PNP administration left a design for a new road, sourced the funding from the Chinese Exim Bank to build a new road from Harborview into Port Antonio. This administration, when they got into power, they got the funds from the Chinese.
Yes,
and
yes.
Audley Shaw was the Minister of Finance then. And when he got back from China, just to sign for the money, because all the arrangement was already made by...
Yes, of course. I remember
when
that.
he came back, he said it doesn't make economic sense building a new road from Harborview to Port Antonio. And they were going to use some of the money to deal with that perimeter road in Montego Bay, and some to assist with the further development of Highway 2000. After that amount of the money was taken out, they went back again, and they took out some to assist with those projects in Kingston, the overhead bridge and the Marcus Garvey Drive project. Those were also projects left from the administration before them. Then they went back in the money again, and they take out another amount of budgetary support when there was a supplementary budget. So what we're getting now, and the sufferation that we are facing now, is a direct action of this administration not giving importance to the road to Portland. And I also want to remind everybody that James Robertson and Dr. Fenton Ferguson raised $1 Cain over that change of plan. Remember the St. Thomas people demonstrated.
Yes,
I
yes.
was the person who spoke to Dr. Bloomfield because he was the only MP that was affected that wasn't saying anything. And then we led a march from Fairhill into Port Antonio because of that reason.
Yes.
So when they come now and beating up the chest that they are doing this road, they have nothing to do with this road more than to downgrade it.
Okay.
And people must remember these things.
Yes.
And we'll ensure that the people of Portland don't lose sight of it. So the suffering that we are facing now on the road from Albertville to Port Antonio is a direct responsibility of this administration taking away what was left for us.
Yes, yes, yes.
When I hear one man beating up in chest about how much he do for Portland, he was a part of the cabinet that took away our glory.
Yes, yes. How is the dust nuisance and all those other health?
Dust nuisance is back maybe worse than before right now because they had put some oil on it. And let me also tell you that that oil that they put on it was based on my advocacy.
Yes.
They put some oil on it to hold on the dust. But the oil has gone now and the dust is back terrible because, and I tell you why it is even more terrible now, they're not wetting it now.
Yeah, but
Not been wet.
we were told, I recall that we were told that that would be stepped up, mean putting water on the road.
Well, they weren't doing the watering, but when they put on the oil held the dust down a bit and the watering basically stopped.
Yes.
But all the oil gone now and it's just nasty.
Okay.
People are getting sick again.
Yes.
I spoke to a contact I have with the big contracting company and they promised us that maybe Boston should get some asphalt by the end of the month.
Yes.
Because the other part of the problem, my brother, is that Boston is the number one gastronomic stop in Jamaica. Nowhere else in Jamaica. People go for food like how they come to Boston for food. And you left Boston in that pile of dust from 2020.
Yes, yes.
It is terrible.
Yes, yes.
And I hear people blaming the agency. Because I went to a meeting and the member of parliament for Portland got up and blasted the agency. You know, but the question to him is who is supposed to supervise the agencies on behalf of the people of Portland?
Yes, 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 yes. There was a report that the road is 70% completed. I put it in another way that the project was, you know, would be completed by somewhere in August.
Most of the pipe laying, or if not all the pipe laying in that year has been completed.
Yes.
And I can't understand why, if the pipe laying is complete, why from all this time we couldn't put on the base. If they're putting on base, because some place my information is telling me that what they're going to do is a layover, they're not putting on any sub base. They're just going to put asphalt on what is there. Now I'm saying if that is what you're going to do, why you can't put on one layer of the asphalt, then put in the curve and channel, then put on the other layer.
Okay.
My information from that, it was they're only going to put on 2 inches of asphalt. And therefore, because it is 2 inches of asphalt, it can't put on 2 times.
Wow.
Because again, the money is so watered down that with the work that is happening out there is not properly being done.
Wow.
What they're doing out there is not adequate. It's not going to last. In fact, I tell you something. They paved between the Princess Margaret Hospital. I don't remember if I lies now. That's the name in St. Thomas. I went to St. Thomas the other day, and that piece of asphalt when they put on sink already. Mud start come back over it.
Lord.
So the quality of the work is poor.
Yes. No, that.
Very poor.
No, that is an issue. That is an issue, man.
And my understanding, it is because of the amount of money. Because how can you be doing an A1 road that was in a terrible condition before you started, and you're not going to put no base? You're just going to put on asphalt and what is there. And we don't have no doubt to believe it, you know, because that was what happened in a place called Long Bay.
Yes.
Them just put on asphalt on a piece of asphalt when they did it already.
No, wow. No, that is something that has to be dealt with, man. We can't do that. We can't do that.
The work is substandard, man.
Yes, we can't do that. But the Prime
I
Minister...
am not blaming the contractors. It is the government's fault.
Yeah, no, of course, it must be the government's fault. But the Prime Minister toured out there recently.
No, the Prime Minister never come to Portland. It was St. Thomas.
Oh, he was in St. Thomas. I saw.
No, they never come to Portland.
Yes, yes.
The
What is
Minister of Works, I think, came to Portland. I don't know if he go to that side. The Minister of Local Government was down here, I think, last week. The market is another part of the problem, my brother.
Yes.
What is happening with the market? Not so transparent, we're not hearing. And as you mentioned before, sorry, people are saying that they raise money, but I can't understand how you're going to raise money to fix a market that is insured, that is owned by the municipal corporation. You said you raise money for the vendors, you give them a part right and hold back a part. Why are you holding back a part?
But the member of parliament announced that she was giving up part of her salary increase to the vendors. Didn't you hear that?
Yes. Yes.
And I saw a report where that money was handed over. Are you aware of that too?
A part of the salary?
Yes.
Well, I don't know if it's a part of the salary. What my information is that they raised 37 million. She intended to raise 100 million. And 20 million was handed over to
The vendors?
people who vendors from the market. Each person got 100,000.
Yes.
And let me commend her for that.
Yes.
Well done.
Yes, yes. Now, what is happening in East Portland?
In East Portland, not a lot is happening.
What about the water supply for the
A
people?
lack of opportunity,
Yes.
poor water supply, and it's not that we don't have water in East Portland. We have water in East
You have
Portland.
lots of water in Portland.
What we don't have is a proper distribution system.
Yeah.
And that is one of the things that we are going to be improving as soon as we get into office, because as a Portland boy myself, grew up in the country, we used to carry water from our head, and I'm saying in 2023, 2024, that should not be happening anywhere in this parish unless you live in a very remote area by yourself. Once it's a built-up community, I believe that water should be provided for our people in their pipes,
Yes.
because adequate water is in the parish. It's just about how you're going to get it, and how you're going to get it to the people.
Right.
And I think that we can work on that. It is something that people will have to pay for it, but get it to them.
Yes. But as I have to repeat this, when you look at social media, the impression is given that the MP is doing a lot of work in the area,
Well, you see,
and
sorry, continue.
the people's needs are being met. But for example, I see 2 weeks ago, last month rather, there were some demonstrations over bad road conditions
on water.
and water.
And let me tell you something, those demonstrations took place in the strongest GLP division in the parish.
Yes.
That division is a division that the People's National Party has never won.
Uh-huh.
They always voted in favor of the GLP, whether in local government or in general election, it votes predominantly, overwhelmingly GLP.
Yes.
But the people are feeling the pangs. I felt the dust out the wicked, you know, my brother.
Yes. Yes.
People are coughing blood.
Wow.
People's sinuses are irritated.
Mm-mm.
When you go there, sometimes it's like you have to swallow the dust. And I can tell you because I'm out there sometimes 3 times a day.
Yes.
Because my business is also in that area.
Yes. And
My staff get sick from it. Children at school. There's Boston Primary. The children get sick. There's Drapers Primary. Children get sick from it. There's Drapers Basic Infant School, which is on the roadside as well. And they are suffering. People will tell you that they wash them clothes and put it online and a car drive past. They'll drive past fast, or a truck drive past. Them clothes have to take off back off of the line.
yes. Yes.
All of the dirt just soak up in it because it's wet.
Yes. Yes.
So the people were suffering and the people came out and let their voices be heard.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the needs of the people.
The needs of the people are not being met. Portlanders need more opportunity. We are going to provide those because, I mean, I have been serving this parish. I have served as director of the Chamber of Commerce. I have served as first vice chair for the Parish Development Committee. I've served as chairman for the Resort Board, and I've served the parish and understand the needs of the parish for a very long time. We've been looking at it.
Okay.
I was in journalism. I wanted to stay there, but when I see my parish not getting what we need, I decide that I am going to use politics as a tool to build this parish. Portland has a lot to offer. As any one parish, Portland has the most natural attraction when we talk about tourist attraction. And we're not using what it is that we have to develop our people. We have Navy Island. I don't know if you know Navy Island.
Yeah, I know Navy Island.
Navy Island sits right off the coast of Port Antonio. It's 78 acres of land over there. And nobody has come up with a plan to make to get benefit from Navy Island. Well, I have a plan for Navy Island. I want to put World Reggae Park on Navy Island. The United Nations designate Jamaica the place for reggae. And we have done nothing to really capitalize on that branding. So I'm saying to my party and to my leader, let's put a reggae park over Navy Island with a 5-star hotel, a reggae hotel. Put a statue of all reggae icon on the island. Digitize those statues. That when you go on the island, you can walk up to the statue, put in your thumb drive, swipe your credit card, and get whatever information from that individual statue on the island. Legalize marijuana. So when you book a room in that 5-star reggae hotel, and you go in and you get your flask of white rum or your wine, there's also a 2 ounce of marijuana on your counter in that hotel. My vision is saying that take a picture from that guitar hotel in Fort Lauderdale and put a guitar hotel, maybe 10, 12 story, 15 story on Navy Island, and make that a major attraction in Port Antonio, World Reggae Park. We couldn't handle the people who would have come to that.
Yes.
I'm also saying that we need to put a statue of Nanny in the town square and put a storyboard beside it and develop a maroon village in Moortown.
Yes.
I am also saying that the war between the Maroon and the English must be put on film. So we want to bring commerce to East Portland. And the slogan we're using is that we're moving our people from street side greetings to business meeting. We want to get into organized farming. We have the top agriculture college anywhere in this side of the English-speaking Caribbean. In Portland, so we want to bridge that gap between the college that have a lot of technical know-how and our farmers in the parish, so we can really get good yield from our farmers. I don't think we should be importing 1 ounce of chicken meat into Jamaica.
Oh, yes.
So we're looking at organized farming. We're looking at education. Our schools have not been given a fair chance as it relates to sports and all that kind of thing, because our schools don't get to have coach for football and different coach for athletics and different coach for cricket. One coach everybody at our schools down here. And as a member of parliament, I will be a friend to those schools. And if I have used my money to find the coaches, I will find them, because our children need a fair chance.
Yes, sir. Yes. And
we are going to develop the Port Antonio Hospital into a Type B hospital, a Type C hospital in a town like Port Antonio, that we want to develop the tourism industry. Cannot be a Type C hospital.
Yes.
We have to do better than that for our people. Cruise shipping started in Port Antonio, and we are going to get back our fair share of that. We know how to do it, and we are going to organize ourselves and get back cruise shipping to Port Antonio on a regular basis. We have the 2 most beautiful harbors.
Yes.
The East Harbor and the West Harbor. The West Harbor can't take the big ships, but we can develop the East Harbor to take any size ship.
Right.
And as I mentioned before, that Portland have the most natural attraction as any one parish. So the screen you're hearing in Trelawney, where the cruise ships are saying that they're not pleased with the offerings, you wouldn't hear that in Portland.
No, you ought not to.
Exactly.
No.
You wouldn't hear that in Portland. So we need to get our place going, and that's why, as a person who was born in the operating theater of the Port Antonio Hospital, lived in Portland all my life, I am going out there to bat for Portland only.
Okay.
And to ensure that we get our share of what is on offer.
Yes. And you from all, as I mentioned earlier, from all indications, you are the person who will be selected. You are the sole aspirant?
I am the sole aspirant, and I am confident that I will be the standard bearer for the People's National Party.
Okay. Yes. What about one of the things I observe coming out of Portland, and that is in relation to what I consider to be the number one problem in Jamaica. I'm talking about crime. The last data I looked at, I heard that crime, Portland was down. Portland remained very low.
And we want to ensure that we keep it that way. I have a vision that we as Jamaicans are not doing enough for crime. We need to take over the streets. We need to stop the movements of guns on our streets. And I will be bringing that forward to the People's National Party when we get in power. Because crime is something that we need to get a hold of. It is really tearing this nation apart, and we get so sad so often till now maybe we get numb and get used to it. No, we can't continue this way. We have to bring down the crime. I personally believe in stop and frisk. It is something that we need to implement in Jamaica even for a 2-3 years period so that we stop moving these guns around. And of course we need to find a way to ensure that our youth can achieve wealth. And I also believe that I have that vision. The creative industry is where the wealth lies. Every Jamaican loves the creative industry. We have not been doing well by that either. And therefore, if we develop the creative industry in Jamaica, we can make serious money. I don't know if you understand the industry, if you know much about it, but the Minister of Gender Affairs, Sports and Culture and Entertainment, Honorable Babsy Green, she said that we made $2.2 billion from the creative industry, I think last financial year.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that is nothing. The creative industry is a $3 trillion US a year industry.
Okay.
$2.2 billion. When you calculate that to US, it's about 13, let's call it 14 million US dollars.
Yes.
Yeah, out of a $3 trillion a year industry. Now, 14 million US dollars is 0.0046% of the industry. I'm saying that in 5 years under People's National Party government, we should get to at least 1%. 1% would be $30 billion.
Okay.
30 billion US, you calculate that by 150 or 160, and you see where we would be.
Okay. Well, Mr. Bell, I want to tell you something. We have exhausted the time available this afternoon. But I want to tell you something. This discussion is we are going to continue it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this platform is a platform where it is designed to address issues affecting the people. So we will continue. I am going to talk to you again. And I want to take you very much for your contribution this afternoon.
Not a problem. Have a good one.
Yes. And take good care of yourself and keep safe.
All right, my brother.
Yes. That was Mr. Colin Bell. And he is the person who is going to be representing the People's National Party in East Portland. Okay, let us take a break. Coming up next is the mayor of Manchester.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Supplies is having a massive civil servant sale in celebration of all civil servants.
Store-wide discounts and specials on new arrivals and best-selling items for all your home renovations.
Best quality items at the lowest prices island-wide.
You will love the savings.
Just show your ID and you're good to go.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact Crime Stop today.
Jamaica.
Best decision ever.
Feel the sand between your toes and the gentle waves of the sea on your skin. Feel the warm Jamaican breeze lift your spirits and nourish your soul. Escape to exactly what makes your heart beat. You will love every moment. Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go.
Do it for your best life. Wait. Go check your HIV status. Wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell you if you do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda Ozzy, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Do it.
It's all about you. LA's fine and sunshine most of the time, and the feeling is laid back. Palm tree road, rent so low, don't you know? I keep working my way back. But I'm a Jamaican boy who's born and raised. Nowadays I'm lost between two shores. LA's fine, but it ain't home. New York is home, but it ain't mine no more. I am myself to no one there, and no one heard at all, not even the chant. I am my pride. I am said and I am lost, and I can't even say why. Leaving me lonely still. Did you read about a frog who dreamed of being a king? And they all became one, except for the name. A few other changes. You talk about me, the story is the same one. But I've got this emptiness deep inside, and it won't let me go. And I'm a man who don't like to swear, but I hate the sound of being alone. I am myself to no one there, When I am lost and I can't even say why. I am myself to no one there, and no one heard at all, not even the chair. I am my pride. I am today. When I am lost and I can't even say why. You're leaving me lonely. I'm a piece of body where every good girl deserves. But I won't allow this girl to mess with my nerves. Blessed figure, not to mention the curves. Through the corner of her eye, she slowly observes.
Anytime she come around, something is about to go down. Listen to the siren sound. Wake up right now. Cause if I was to go to sleep, catch me dreaming of a way to creep. Trouble always seems to follow me. Oh, don't follow me now. I tried to tell her no, I already have a friend. She said nobody has to know. I got to let her go. So I had to walk on by. She can't be my lover. She flashing me them pretty brown eyes. She can't be my lover. Though that green grass on the other side. All I can say is listen right now. Anytime she hear the beat, she be dancing right in front of me, trying to lure me in between the sheets. And I'm a man and I still get weak. I'll be down if I lose my girl. I'll be down if I don't touch her. Curiosity, it killed the cat. Oh, and I don't want that song. I tried to tell her no, I already have a friend. She said nobody has to know, but I gotta let her go. So I had to walk on by. She can't be my lover. Flashing me them pretty brown eyes. She can't be my lover. Though there's green grass on the other side, all I can say is listen right now.
I couldn't let you pass even if I try. I'm a bird in the hand, white chase one in the sky. Sexy female refuse to comply. She is an empress who want a star guy. Be receiving love but she can't satisfy. Would like to have my cake and even enjoy the pie. Politely decline like me shy. Only say me soft, come on, give it a try. Looking at me crazy with seductive eyes. Filled with deception, trouble and lies. And I don't want no more problems in my life. Ask me for me number. Said that we could enjoy the night. She wanna come over. Wanna come over.
I tried to tell her no, I already have a friend.
Can you hear?
Nobody has to know, but I've got to let her go. So I had to walk on by. She can't be my lover. Flashing me them pretty brown eyes. She can't be my lover. Though there's green grass on the other side, all I can say is listen right now.
listen right now. Listen right now. Listen right now. Listen right now.
What will I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you're kicking me out. Got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on in your beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride. And I'm so dizzy, don't know what it means, but I'll be alright. My head's under water, I'm really fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me. Oh, you give me all of you. Yeah. How many times do I have to tell? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down and around. For every mood, you're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You crazy and I'm over my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. I'll give you all of me, girl. Yes, you give me all of you. Yeah, give me all of you. Cards on the table, we're both showing cards, risking it all, although it's hard. All of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. I give you all of me. Yeah, you give me all of you. Ooh, girl, yeah. I give you all of me. Ooh, baby, you give me all of you. Yeah. You're my downfall, you're my muse.
Now listen what them say, yeah, yeah. Now listen to them then, yeah, yeah. Now follow what them say. Then we say out and make poverty get wet. Free, poor people be free. In every community, we burn this unity, burn this honesty. Poor people be free. Shed some light with clarity. I'ma tell them say the crime it caused by the poverty. Watch out. Forward we going and we non-stop. Up it up, get on youths cause we non-drop. None of them we sell out because them want spot. Them no feel to eat your food like them a chop. Done, arms house we done, poor house we done, court house we done, jail house we done, dead house we done, arms house we done, poor house we done. Sit down. The youth them want a brighter way, and the youth them want a brighter day. Babylon them just a fight away. Tell them to free your poor people right away. They run your water and your light away. Injustice, take away your rights away. Then them send me again to take your life away. It's like them want to night and day. That one your name. Forward me going and me non-stop. Up it up, get to you because we non-drop. Don't for sell you out because them want spot. And no fear to eat your food like them a chopper. Done, arms house we done, court house we done, poor house we done, jail house we done, dead house we done, arms house we done, poor house we done. They use them progressive, Babylon possessive. Them fight with the music as a hit and carry the message. Music alone shall teach them the lessons. Rastafari reggae must be glory and the blessings. So me say free, poor people be free. In every community, we want this unity. We want dishonesty. We want partiality. We want equality. So shed some light with a lot of clarity. Alright, so me go so yo. Forward we going and we non-stop. Up it up, get to you because we non-drop. No for them we sell you out because them want spot. And no fear to eat your food like them a chopper. Forward we going and we non-stop. This a pump up the rhythm, make it one clap. And no worry about it, but Mr. Upper worry about Mr. This and Mr. That. Now one now listen what them say, yeah. Now listen to them there, yeah. Now follow with them there. And them will sell you out and make poverty get back, yeah.
Hey, I guess it's true, I'm not good at a one-night stand. But I still need love, cause I'm just a man. These nights never seem to go to plan. No, I don't want you to leave, will you hold my hand? Oh, won't you stay with me? Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. But darling, stay with me. Oh, why am I so emotional?
Now for you them carry gun. Go lock up in a Babylon. What is you, man? Tell me. Hey. Up in a Kingston 7. Vietnam a run red. Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want. Stay in a milling pool in a the river bed. String up big sound and a whole a mess. Watching the youth them play. Happy smiles on them face. Fish a fry, pot a rice. Everybody feel nice. Then all of a sudden, a police fire that man a run, you to run. Some of them a get flat. Everybody fun just done party crash in a August. The man them in no level. Up in a Kingston 7. Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want in a August. It used to be a merry place. Peace and joy was the story by my granny face. No boom down not safe. Soon as them cry, war broke in the place again. I will have to see the day when youths can play upon the riverbank. Man from outside just a rock to the base and a shaken in the it's a politician. What is it that you want from? Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want in the August. Up in a Kingston 7. Vietnam a run red. Tell me what I want. All of my people in the ghetto. Me need enough to live up. A sound of a string up. A build back my good vibes, feel alright. But if we continue to fight and live and divide, and Mr. Babylon can just take our lives, and there will be no more ghetto youths to shine. Shine them light, keep it bright. In a August town, in Angola, August town, round the crusade, August town. Tell me what I want, tell me what I want. August town, over the river, August town, over Bryson, August town. Tell me what I want, where the innocent gone, August town. August town. Tell me what I want, where the innocent gone. August town.
Jamaica.
Best decision ever.
Feel the sand between your toes and the gentle waves of the sea on your skin. Feel the warm Jamaican breeze lift your spirits and nourish your soul. Escape to exactly what makes your heart beat. You will love every moment. Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go.
Unexpected turbulence. Empress, I'd like to get to know you. Believe me, I have so many things to show you. Right, I just want to grow you. Let me tell you this. It was love at first sight when I saw you first night. And I knew from that moment that your thoughts and your deeds were golden. Goosebumps came all over me when I look into your eyes. You were so happy and free. I had to walk over and say, I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number and where you reside. Let's take a ride. I need your name and number and where you reside. Your beauty I just can't divide. I need your name and number and where you reside. Oh. My name is Turbulence and Rastafari way me choose it. Occupation is singing and making music. My hobbies are reading and playing football. But most of all I like to have you when the rain no fall. And give you sweet love when the nature call. The Rasta never bow, we always standing tall. Let's procreate, baby, do not stall. For your figure, miss enough man a ball. That's why I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number and where you reside. My feelings can't hide. I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number. You will be my first priority. That's a fact. Yo, that's a guarantee. In your arms is where I wanna be. Girl, you're perfect for me. Oh yeah. Please be my lady. Oh yeah. You drive the bingy crazy.
Yes, yes. Welcome back to Rebel Radio. You know, and we were due to speak with the mayor of Mandeville, but we had some difficulties. But let us go down to Westmoreland and talk with Ras Juta. But before I go down there, in today's Gleaner, there's an interesting story on the lead story in today's Gleaner with like living in hell. And that is a story from a convicted murderer who was an ex-district constable, Linton Berry. He spent 35 years, you know, in jail. He came out last week, and he is now pleading to the authorities to do something about the life of the inmates in jail, in prison. You know, I urge everybody to read that story. Yes, so what's going on?
First time I must say, bless up to the eye, brother Desmond,
yes.
The eye listener worldwide, you know?
Yes, yes.
It is sunny in Westmoreland at this present moment, you know?
Yes, yes.
And the breeze is blowing. So although quite a few days ago we have very humid, you know, very hot, intensive heat, you know?
Right, right.
But today we have a bit of breeze, you know?
Okay. I saw you send me some lovely photograph of some, you know, some plants there, man. Those look really top class quality herbs.
Yes, man. It's just some backyard we are going with and the good practices in growing the herbs.
Yes.
Call it GP. And from growing the herbs all the way to the finished product, which is the buds, you know?
Yes.
Which, because that is the most important part. One of the important processing of the herbs.
Yes.
With Jamaica ganja is to get that final stage where people acclimate to United States or North America, both Canada and America, so them have the finest looking weed. So right now we have it because we understand the ERC lock up in the dark room and the dehumidifier, you know them way there, which is the dehumidifier take out all the moisture
Yes.
out of the weed, you know. So we keep it at certain room temperature. And we no more light not touch the weed when we harvest the weed. No more light not touch it. We just lock it in a dark room. So you have the AC, the air condition, which is a cool temperature, and the dehumidifier now that suck out the moisture what type it. So that's why I'm asking them nice finish product about there, you know.
Yes,
and,
yes, yes.
And as we show it how we do with the bag growing too. We import the bags them and we go there like some 5 or 10 gallon bags where we go and just put where we put the soil in a hit. And we just grow the herbs there. You know, it can be done.
Yeah.
If people have the knowledge. I know nowhere in the world can grow the best. Can grow the weed as Jamaica because of the perfect climate. And not because I'm from the west. The west will always grow the best because of the sun. The sun have a lot to do, you know. The sun rises in the east. But it's spend more time in the west, you know.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, based on the last time we spoke, what are there any new developments in the industry since we spoke the last time?
In terms of new development, what you're talking about?
Meaning the from the government side, have you heard any new movements from the government side?
I think what we upon some we have GGPAJ Jamaica, Ganja Ground Producer Association of Jamaica.
Yes.
We have our groups that we share and engagement with government and what they are saying. Arbin Hill, I think he was saying something the other day about the farmers them and engagement with the farmers, but not much is saying. And they're restructuring the CLA, which is Cannabis License Authority. But them have a thing in the CLA near the guiding principle where they're not paying attention to. It was the interim executive back in the days who have sat on the board like Prophet Greg, IRV, and quite a few people that come from people from the academia community, people from the Rastafari community, people from the business community. And they sit down together. I was brainstorming, and they put a thing called the guiding principles. I wish I can find something on the guiding principle right now to show you. So them have it.
Yes, yes,
you know,
yes.
The guiding principle is there in what them gave us the booklet there. The CLA, it's in a CLA, it's CLA. You know, the Dangerous Drugs Act.
Yes.
And the whole CLA set them, they have it. You know, but them just not visiting the guiding principle.
Okay, yeah. But so the farmers in Westmoreland now, they are busy planting.
Yes, man, we're busy planting and growing some of the best herbs. You're talking about the wedding cake. You have a virgin right and now. You have the World Series that I strains we are talk.
Yes.
You have the Nigger Beach. You have the Sawatanji. You have so much different strain down here, man.
Yes.
Yes. So, Westmoreland growing the best right now, and the good practices as to when no, you're drying and you're curing, no. You get those nice buds, you may ask them, I wish you could get some of the taste, you know?
Yes. But Juta, one of the things I want to know, the farmers in Westmoreland, so I know, what are they doing? What are you guys now doing in terms of to get an opportunity to export the product? What plans are being made in that direction?
All right, on a serious note, my brother, when the inception and liberalization of ganja, everybody did excited, and people thought that good means would come to the industry, not only to Westmoreland alone, and to the whole nation.
Yes. And
we were all excited and were supporting the ideas, you know. At that time, you got in 2014, where the first meeting held at the PCJ building in New Kingston with Paul Burke and a guy named Jack Stanley, the Charlotte West. Guys that came in on board and think that Jamaica, by the renowned name when it come on to ganja, Jamaica, and everyone was excited.
Yes.
And all of us from Westmoreland, we travel to Kingston, even when them have the first conference, done a conference center downtown there. Everyone, it was thousands of people packed that hall, you know. And we did ups in arms and we did believe that yes, that we believe what they were saying, and we believe that they would move on it. Administration changed.
Yeah.
So we thought that the next administration would have picked up the slack. And Mr. Mike Henry was appointed the Ganja Commission, which we used to have a regular meeting when he was Minister of Transport. His office was right there up there in Harwich. And we have a regular monthly meeting. You know, and some good thing was saying and thinking was that, but I don't think just like how they deal with Rastafari, they deal with Rasta in Jamaica. Jamaica people on the whole, it's the only time Rasta is important to them when they can make money out of Rasta image. And it's the same thing with ganja. There's no love for ganja.
Yeah.
It's only
I tell you what, I tell you what, just hold on for me. Hold on for me.
Yeah.
Hold for me, please. Just hold. I'll soon come back to you. Hold on for me. Yes. Let us take a break, and we'll be back shortly. Yes. Back with, yes, Ras Jutas, as you were saying, yes.
Yes, so back with it, the people was highly spirited up and things that. But over the years, everything, we're just making broken promises. You have the pilot project, the alternative development pilot project. Then you have the transition permit. You know, all of them things there. And we're waiting to do those meetings. It's nothing. So, nothing coming forth from the government, you know, to get to seriously want this to be transition the traditional farmers or the Rastafari to the legitimate market.
Yes.
They have their plan with not the traditional farmers in mind. So we have to just go back and just do what we have to do. And just give Jamaican people some of the best hold up to smoke, you know. So when the government is ready, we are also ready, you know. Until then, it is them, you know. So we just there waiting while we're doing our thing. We are whistle and work, you know.
Yes, but you're aware of when Minister Hill indicated that, well, two things came out recently. One was that they are relaxing the licensing process to give the traditional farmers more leverage in acquiring license. And secondly, that they were opening up the system to include or make it easier for the traditional farmers to get involved in the industry. Because as you are aware that the traditional farmers are the ones who, for decades, have been leading the leading players, the leading cultivators. They are the ones who went to jail, got into problems for producing ganja. So I am waiting to see, or I'm asking you, the traditional farmers in Westmoreland, if they are making move to capitalize on those two announcements by the government.
Announcement is one, make it in parliament, but there's a thing called engagement.
Yes.
You have town hall engagement. Even from the local level, suppose the central government, but from the local government, that's within the councillors or the mayor living which is such communities. There's no town hall meeting.
Okay.
So, yes, it is good and said when Mr. Monday, the minister, arguing, when one for near Hill, I make those for the press.
Yes.
But where's the town hall meeting? Where's the education? Where's, away from making a little statement or making a little talk in the House of Parliament and then reach the president. That's how far it's ago.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no engagement from them with the people. No engagement at all. They don't care about the people.
Okay. Okay.
They miseducation of the niggers. They miseducated niggers, So,
yeah.
Sorry if you said that.
Yes, I get you. So I get your ask. The announcement is made, but no implementation.
No implementation.
Yes.
Jamaican politicians, because most of them are liars, so they can conceptualize things easily. Yes, what I deal with, and there are so many visionaries, but no implementers.
Yes.
That is what lacking of this country. We've been seeing that from over the years. They can conceptualize things, but you have no practical implementation.
Mm-hmm.
Those from attacking.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a guiding principle, my virgin. There's a guiding principle. Even guiding principle is. It said the CLA is cognizant of the parallel farmers that they may need to be developed and implemented to form a comprehensive guidelines for the industry. These, however, may fall outside the remit of the authority as stated in the DDA, that the Dangerous Drug Administration Act, and will be considered if they import these areas of industry under the CLA regulatory, control. So, there's a thing called guiding principle, and nobody's speaking about the guiding principle, my virgin.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I can see.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He will say it again, the CLA does not have jurisdiction over the religious use of ganja, but rather this remit fall under the Minister of Justice. Does the Minister of Justice even the sacramental engaging with the Rastafari community? This is in the guiding principles.
Okay, yes.
So,
yeah. So for example, is it the Rastafarians have been using herbs, ganja, over the years as part of their worship. I happen to know that. Now, the last time I heard that Rastafarians were being harassed and arrested, and their farms were being destroyed. What is the story behind that?
All right, and the same thing tell about the CLA guiding principle. They say the CLA recognize the unique contribution and cultural and historical legacy of the Rastafarians to the development of the industry, and will work closely with their representatives and the Jamaica Intellectual Property Office in supporting the protection of their cultural identity as the industry develops and grows. And see it where say, them still contribute and to protect, and where's the protection of Rastafarian identity with herbs, And you just say it. Rasta being harassed the ganja and seeking the guiding principles. The CLA guiding principles, the guiding principles.
Yes.
You know, the cultural and the historical legacy of Rastafarian to the development of the ganja industry. And then we work closely with representatives and the Jamaica Intellectual Property Office that they are talking about the IP intellectual property rights of Rastafari. It is the guiding principle, my brethren, but then disregard the guiding principle. Nobody talking about the guiding principle.
Yeah. So in Westmoreland, let me ask. In Westmoreland, is the Rastafarian community being targeted by the police? I mean, are there farms?
No, we not going to say Rastafarian community being targeted. Them relax now. We not. Them not reading the ganja like first. There's a relaxation is taking place at this present moment. To be truth and to be frank.
Yes. Okay.
You know, there's no reading ganja feel reading. No. There's a relaxation is taking place at this present, which we give thanks for. You know.
Yes.
You know.
Okay.
We give thanks.
Yeah. Yes. And and as you said, the farmers are in the field, they are planting.
Yes. Farmers grow herbs.
Yes.
At the market you want, you know.
That is what I was about to ask. You know, how is the marketing being dealt with? What are the strategy for marketing the products as soon as it is ready?
The local people, them don't come buy it from you. You go various prices, you know them way there. The local people, the street side vendor, them, you know, man, we have them little street side hustling. Them have them little weed they sell. You see me, I deal with it. You, them are working at the tourist industry. The higglers, them down from the 8th Street, and Negril up the beach there. You see me, I deal with it. You know, the people, them out there at night time, we have them go and buy it from the farmer, you know what I mean? And everybody, the tourists, them come buy it from them, you know. So, the circulation, and quite a few man will take it to City Kingston, you know, and whatsoever, you know, City Kingston come and take it. But the bulk of it right now, I use up in a restaurant, I consume a lot of it, and you have your two little man where I spend with them little things, otherwise, you know.
Yeah.
So, I right now there, I survive the community because what is the business away from ganja and the community and the black communities in Jamaica? But remember, all the commerce gone to the Chinese and the Indians, you know.
Yes.
You see me ideally.
Yeah.
Then, so it's only the ganja right now in bringing money in the communities.
So right now, the cultivation of the herbs right now is a source of living for.
Yes, man, it's a source of it never being stopped. It's a source of living, you know.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a source of living.
Yes.
I maybe the highest GDP in the communities them right now. But the mama and pop stores them locked down in the communities, you know. Look at mama and pop store, the China, everybody I go to China, you know.
Yes.
And when they bring money go to China, that money I go back to China, buy in the US and they go back to China. And I like what back in the days. But there was a time, you know, and in the 70s, I still in Westmoreland here. A two currency was running parallel, you know. The Jamaican currency and the US. So the money when the US come in, you never used to leave the community, you move from hand to hand, you know, from business to business, you know. You know if they know about that.
No, not fully.
Because the business people was residing in the community. If you go to Savlama, the most of the business people, them own the business place, them live in the same community.
Yes.
So when the money come in, and man you used to go to the shop, you spend US, and you want back a change in the US, people give back a change in the US.
Okay.
In the 70s.
Yes.
So the money used to circulate within the community and don't even leave the community. You have the tailor, you have the barber, you have the farmer, you have the man who are selling bikes, you have the man who make a portable house, them that you have the sawmill you go buy your house from. So them time the money are circulate, but now where the money go, as the money make it go to China.
Oh.
So that's a crime too. So there's no money, so was it the ganja money?
Yes, I understand that.
You get what I say?
Yes.
But when them work in Negril and them paycheck go straight to the bank, when them go to the ATM machine, as a man drive money straight in a Mr. Ching shop and go buy, you know, food, you know. So the community is economically starving.
Yes, sir.
The community economically starving.
Yes. Right.
So this little ganja man I tell now that the money now are circulating at the communities.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I can understand that. That is a very you are making a very important point there. Yes. Yeah, man.
And when a community economic start, when it was no festa crime, man.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Right. And Westmoreland right now is one of the most crime infested parish in the country. And Rasjuta, years gone by, Westmoreland was not. When you talk about crime, gun crimes, Westmoreland was not one of the parishes that it was mentioned, Westmoreland was never on the list as a gun.
Up in the 80s, my virgin can walk and left the door open. Anyway, people are pass through the yard and rain and come down.
Yeah.
Him just take up the clothes and just push the door and just throw it inside there.
Yes.
People never lock them doors, morning, noon, and night.
Yes.
People never fence on them house. People never have burglars bar.
Now the situation has changed drastically.
Big
right?
time.
Yes. So let us say that keep the faith and keep on planting the crop and work towards getting the small traditional farmers into the export area so that the country can benefit from the growth and sale of ganja. I want to thank you very much.
And I want to make a declaration to Minister Hardin Hill. So
yes.
We need engagement. We need town hall meeting.
Right.
We're willing to come on board. And the legal ganja growing.
Yes.
And we want to be a part in the legal exporting of ganja.
Right. Okay.
But we need town hall meeting. We need engagement. And we need them to come in at the community. Go to the people that need it the most. And it's just us, traditional farmer and the Rastafari need them the most right now.
Okay.
So, all right, my brother.
Take care of yourself and thank you very much.
Much love, my brother.
Yes. That was Ras Juta, and we're talking about business in the ganja industry. That is a traditional industry in Jamaica, right? And the small farmers need to get involved. They need to be included in the industry. We must ensure that that industry is not taken over by foreigners, but the traditional players must have a role to play. Let us take a break. Coming up next is food security at 4 p.m.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is having a massive civil servant sale in celebration of all civil servants.
Store-wide discounts and specials on new arrivals and best-selling items for all your home renovations.
Best quality items at the lowest prices island-wide.
You will love the savings.
Just show your ID and you're good to go.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact Crime Stop today.
Jamaica.
Best decision ever.
Feel the sand between your toes and the gentle waves of the sea on your skin. Feel the warm Jamaican breeze lift your spirits and nourish your soul. Escape to exactly what makes your heart beat. You will love every moment. Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go.
Do it for your best life. Wait. Go check your HIV status. Wait. So keep your life trending, no pretending. Me, I tell yourself, do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda Ozzy, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Do it. Don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Do it.
Unexpected turbulence. Empress, glad to get to know you. Believe me, I have so many things to show you. In writers, I want to grow you. Let me tell you this. It was love at first sight when I saw you first night, and I knew from that moment that your thoughts and your deeds were golden. Goosebumps came all over me when I look into your eyes. You were so happy and free. I had to walk over and say, I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number and where you reside. Let's take a ride. I need your name and number and where you reside. Your beauty I just can't divide. I need your name and number and where you reside. Oh. My name is Turbulence and Rastafari way me choose it. Occupation is singing and making music. My hobbies are reading and playing football, but most of all I like to have you when the rain no fall and give you sweet love when the nature call. The Rasta never bow, yo, we standing tall. Let's procreate, baby, do not stall. For your figure, me send enough man a ball. The by my side. I need your name and number and where you reside. Feelings can't hide. I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my side. I need your name and number. You will be my first priority. That's a fact. Yo, that's a guarantee. In your arms is where I wanna be. Girl, you're perfect for me. Oh yeah. Please be my lady. Oh yeah. You drive the bingy crazy. Crazy for you, only you. You turn my gray skies blue. I need your name and number and where you reside. I need you by my. I need your name and number and where you reside. Your beauty, I just get the vibe. I need your name and number and where you reside. I look into your eyes, you're full with pride. Filled with pride, yeah. I need, yeah. It was love at first sight when I saw her first time, and I knew from that moment our thoughts and these was golden. Goosebumps came all over me because I looked into her eyes and knew baby. Oh, in your arms is where I wanna be. Yeah. Oh, baby. You drive me wild.
Give it to me, do it to me, give it to me. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. The way you make me feel from deep down in my soul, I'm losing all control. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. It feels so right. Champagne and candlelight, the way you hold me tight. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. Oh, no.
Woman, you're nice. Smile on your face is like you're right upon my life. Tell me can't wait to give you everything you like. Hope you from the day your Christmas night. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Don't be afraid to break the rules. And to better things, so tell the little man to cool.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And it's time for food security. This is when we pay some attention to what is happening in the agricultural sector, how we provide ourselves with food. Well, that's so critical. And we have with us Mr. Glenford Harris, and he is a JAS official in Western Jamaica, and also Mr. Jones Oliphant. He is the JAS officer in Manchester. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Desmond. Just a correction. Two correction. It's not Glenford, it's Glendon Harris.
Yes.
And Mr. Oliphant and I are president of the Jamaica Agricultural Society. I'm in St. James, and Mr. Oliphant is in Manchester.
Right. Thanks for that correction.
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, Mr. Oliphant, I know that last week, or 2 weeks ago, there were some heavy rains, and based on the reports that I saw, that the farmers in southern Manchester were badly, they lost heavily. What's going on over there?
Well, I can tell you the loss is devastating.
Yes?
As you know, Manchester is on the hill.
Yes, sir.
And towards the south where the seasoning is produced. Scallion, the melon, the thymes, and all of that. You know, these are crops that cannot take the water.
Uh-huh.
So many of our farmers on that side suffered a lot of damage.
Oh, yes.
And also some irrigation hoses that they have been put on their farm, those were also damaged.
Right. And I can imagine farm roads were also damaged.
Yes, farm roads were also damaged.
Yes, yes, yes. Well,
coming off the hills and all the water coming from off the hills, you would realize what took place in the plains.
yes. So it was, the drought was broken, but too much water.
Yes, and it's just from one end to the other, because whereas we had a terrible drought, and farmers wanted the use of water. I can tell you, some farmers literally ran out of water.
Yes.
And because of how the time was so hot, many of them lost their crop that way also.
Oh, wow. Yes. It's just a pity that all of that water was not harnessed, though. So it just...
I tell you something. I don't think we could have had anything to harness all of those water.
Yes.
Even if we had pumped it to the Mona and the Hermitage now.
Yes. I see. So,
but what it tells me, though, that we need to complement our field farming with protective farming too. Mm-hmm. You know, protective, what I want to call it, greenhouses or whatever it is. We need to complement our farming in that area too.
Yes, yes, of course. There is a need to invest in agriculture, to first of all, to adopt the latest technology, adopt all the latest farming practices, and to make farming more attractive and productive, and where the farmers can benefit some more in terms of producing more and selling their crops more. There's a serious need for that to be done. Yes. Mr. Harris, you had rains in the west, in St. James also, but
yes, but it wasn't that severe in the west. In St. James here, we had some rains, but the ground was so dehydrated that there wasn't even much of the runoff, you know, to speak about, you know.
Okay.
We have good clay soil, you know, and still in St. James, you know, so those absorb the water, you know, because they were dry, so we didn't get that much runoff. You know, the rivers sort of was busy, I would say, but it wasn't anything to write home about.
Okay, so that's good news. The farmers down in your end, their soil, they have water now, but their crops were not damaged.
Well, not to any extent that's to cry about.
Right.
You know.
Yes.
But what happened though, you know, is still the farmers, or produce was struggling with the drought.
Yes.
And then now we get the rain, you know, so weed, you know, grass, weed and all kind of thing, you know, is a problem now because people just here dying to be watered so that they can grow.
Right.
So what happened now, you have a lot of weeds growing up all over in the farm and elsewhere.
Yes.
You know.
All right. Now, gentlemen, both this one is for both of you. Now, from where you sit right now, I heard the minister saying that there has been a decline in production for the first part of the year when compared to the similar period in 2022. Now, from where both of you sit, what are you looking at? What do you see for the sector this year? Do you see growth? What is required? What are you seeing in the agricultural sector right now?
Let me kick off on that.
Yes.
The reality is that there are figures and figures, and figures don't lie, but liars figure. You know, I'm not calling anybody liar, but you know, you have a lot of distortion in figures. You know, some years ago I had a contention with a minister when the minister was saying that there was increase in production, right? And we can always be over the previous year. So that there is a drought, that there was that long drought, you know, it is evident to everybody. But agriculture has been declining, production has been declining over the years.
Okay.
When you look at our export crops, those traditional export crops like banana and so, it is down, right? Sugarcane is out. You know, coffee is struggling. Cocoa is gone. You know, so when you add all the agricultural produce, you know, Mr. Oliphant probably can speak on Irish potato in Manchester. You know, which was the main Irish potato producing area. You know, what is left of Irish potato production there, to me, is not comparable to what we used to produce. So it is figures, and you can find it over last year when there was none. Just saying that there was none last year, and you have an acre produced this year, then you have an increase, you know. But the drought this year exacerbated the production in most areas of agriculture. So it is as clear as the sunshine, you know, that there would have been reduction in production.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Oliphant?
Yes, all right. I agree with what Glenn has said. And, you know, one of the things that we haven't had is a quickening of certain of our exports. For example, years ago, we used to have a robust pimento exporting. So, for example, the farmers, if a man planted Irish potato and it didn't really come out the way he wanted, then, you know, he could balance himself when it come around to pimento time or anything like that. You know, and we have, as you said, the sugar industry totally wiped out, you know. And, you know, when I look back on things, you know, this is one of our root causes of, I don't think we can reach the level of good productivity in this country again. You know, even there were some Irish potato farmers in Manchester, and, you know, in the areas that grow Irish very good, the northeastern part of the island and part of the parish and part of south of the south. You know, they didn't get any crop. When they planted, what they got back was, boy, it was pathetic because of the drought situation.
Yes.
And, you know, I always say...
Sorry, you got smaller seeds than the seeds that you planted.
Yes, and they didn't come. They didn't come because of the drought situation.
And I have always said we have used some of our most arable land and productive land, taking it out of farming to do housing. And once we are on that part, we have not had an industrial or agricultural policy, so to speak, for a long while. And each industry just keep on declining. Cocoa is no more. Pimento is no more. Banana is no more, so to speak. And we have not had anything to complement these places, to take these places up these crops.
Mm-hmm.
So, our agriculture, it is sad unless we have a full injection where there is a fulsome all out to go in agriculture and to do agriculture, then we won't reach anywhere. And our food security will always be at a risk. And I always say, if there is a war in Jamaica and our opponent decide to block off Marcus Garvey Drive, then you know what happened. We always die for home.
Yes. Well, one of the things that we have to be concerned about, sir, is we know we won't be in a position to stop the full total importation of foods. But for example, last year the figure spent on food importation went up to 1.4 billion. Now, the question is, you are in the sector now. One of the things that I would like to asking, have you seen any sign, whether from the policy perspective or from the farmers? What are the plans? Are there any plans? And both of you represent the farmers' organization. Are there any plans to increase production and to produce those food that we can use and reduce importation? Are there any plans to do that?
Go ahead. Okay. Well, as you know, the JS has always been promoting for the last 25 years or so, eat what you grow and grow what you eat. And this is a means of trying to shift the appetite of our Jamaican people, wherein once we can eat what we grow and we appreciate what we grow and we'll eat it, you'll find that it could be a ways and means of denting the importation bill. But when we have the desire to eat things from abroad that are imported, and I still believe that this is one of the relics of capitalist slavery, post-slavery, to be that mother country, we would be dependent on them. So they give us the appetite that we had to depend on them. So we had to get flour from abroad, we had to get starfish from abroad in order to keep their economy going. While at the same time, they will tell us certain fables and certain myths, like guava. Guava is not good for men, and things like that. And guava is a fruit that is full of vitamin C. And we have other tropical fruits that we can eat. So you find that this was discouraged. We have to realize that as Jamaica, we're going to eat what we grow and grow what we eat.
Yes, Mr. Harris.
Yes. The funny thing on the matter is that agriculture must be taken seriously. Feeding your country is of paramount importance. Therefore, there should be always a plan to have the food that your country needs to be produced as best as it can in your country. And we find it easier where a small percentage of the population imports food. They alone make money. The farmers suffer and the consumers suffer as well, because most times what we get here is not up to the standard of what we produce in Jamaica.
Yes.
You know, so even our people suffer. So, but you have the people above that they find it easy to go import the junk and sell it to the Jamaican people over the productivity of the country.
Yes.
You know?
So for example, let us look at some of the food that we can produce more of and import less. I think that for example, Irish potato, things like scallion and you know those other crops. We
and it is now proven that onion can do well here.
Yes. I believe that we should be producing more of those to in order that we cut down on the import bill.
Importation bill.
Yes. But I don't know. Are the farmers, when you talk to the farmers, what are they saying? Are they enthused? Are they willing? Are they ready? Are they, you know, what are they saying? I would like.
I'm just coming out of a meeting,
yes.
The annual meeting for the St. James annual meeting for the JAS.
Yes.
And you can feel, you can see, and you can hear the frustration of the farmer. Yes. Agricultural input has gone out of the roof. And what we produce, you hardly get any increase on the prices. But at the same time, when the other ones are imported, you know, they come at probably a less price. And if there is none here, it comes at a higher price than what we can produce for here.
Yes.
You know? So the farmers are always on the back end of everything. You know? When you are in, we love to talk about America. You know that a farmer in America, if he tries to produce 100 acres of whatever crop, and there is a disaster, that farmer is better off with the disaster destroy the crop than if he reaps it.
Oh, because you mean the state would come in and give him some assistance?
There is protection.
Yes.
There is protection for the food security of the country. So that the farmer wouldn't be out of pocket to go back and produce. The farmer would be
he would be assisted.
Would be guaranteed an income or the income that they can go into production.
Yes.
Have a life.
Yeah.
But here we are just at the mercy of the wind and the rain and the drought.
Yes. You mentioned something a while ago about inputs. So, for example, I saw where one brand of fertilizer, the price went down. How is that going?
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at it simply like this. As it was, right? We normally purchase a bag of fertilizer for 4,500 to 5,500.
Yes.
It escalated up to $15,000.
15,000?
Yes. It escalated up to 15,000.
Whoa.
And it fell back to 10,000.
10,000? Yes. So the cheapest, what you are saying, I want to understand. The cheapest price a farmer can get a bag of cement for now is what, 10,000 in St. James? Mr. Harris?
Yes.
I'm asking if the cheapest price, a farmer can get a bag of fertilizer in St. James is for if it is $10,000.
Yeah, round about that, yeah.
Whoa. Boy, I didn't know that it was so expensive. Mr. Oliphant, that is the price in Manchester?
Yes, that's the price all around. And let me tell you something. I have seen the price of peanut moving from an average of 4,500 per bushel to $9,000 per bushel.
Yes.
And that is peanut.
Yes. Okay.
And it is caused through the inputs, especially the fertilizer.
Yes.
And labor. So you see the challenges, and what has happened now is that many of the places that used to buy 10 bushels of peanut from you are either not buying any peanut or they're just taking about 2 bushels because the price is exorbitant. $9,000 per bushel.
Yes.
It may sound good, but
it is expensive. Yes. So both of you are saying the price of inputs, agricultural inputs, are too high, right? And also, I was talking to some farmers in St. Elizabeth earlier this year, and they were telling me about problems with getting labor. Labor costs, they say, was going up and scarce. So labor was scarce and the price was high. The cost of inputs high, and then the price at which they have to sell their products was not moving in the right direction either. So whatever they produce, as if what they were saying that they are producing at a loss. Is that the reality in agriculture right now, gentlemen?
In most cases, you have to be producing mass in order of the product in order to break even.
Yes.
You know, so it is a reality. Farmer is doing in the whole thing.
Okay. Yes.
And one of the worst things you can think about, we haven't taken that into consideration yet, is the pre-day larceny.
Yes, that is a big, very big issue.
So whereas the man may be looking,
and we get lip service when it comes on to
What did you say about that? I didn't hear you.
The pre-day larceny.
Yes.
Is turn off for farmers.
Yes.
In fact, if we were serious about it, what happened in St. Thomas some years ago when you couldn't travel nowhere in St. Thomas with agricultural produce and you're not stopped and you have to produce your receipt. But like us in St. James here, they can easily come to St. James. Or you can easily come to St. James because the police down here don't have any time to deal with pre-deal larceny. They're dealing with murder. And I can say that the pre-deal larceny end up with giving you the murder statistics. You know, from one thing they might start as pre-deal larcenies, but they end up with the gun after. And we see it there, they are coming now with guns to steal your crop or your animals. We need to look at these smaller things in this country.
Yes.
You need to try and solve discipline in the country. Start with discipline. Ensure that you can carry agricultural produce and you don't have the thing. You can go as low as you can spit on the road. You know, because you will be charged. And if you conquer the things, you will the big things.
Yes, yes. But tell me something. So farmers have their receipt books in St. James?
Yes.
Okay. So if I go to a farm to buy agricultural produce, I will be issued with a receipt.
Right.
And for the goods that I bought, and therefore if I'm stopped on the road by the police, then I would have to produce that receipt. So you don't have any.
You should.
Yes, go ahead.
There should be, even in the market.
Yes.
Even in the market. The vendors must produce their receipt for the agricultural produce.
Yes. Okay. Right. So what kind of, you said you were getting little or no support from the police to deal with that in St. James?
They don't have time for that. They don't have time for that.
Yes. Yes, I can well imagine because the crime rate...
overwhelmed with bigger things.
Yes, the crime rate in St. James is high. And we're talking about the murder rate, so I know that, and they will be preoccupied with that. So, yes. So, at your meeting today, and what do you think can be done, Mr. Harris, to get to lift up the spirits, to encourage the farmers, to motivate the farmers? What are some of the things that you think should be done in order to address that?
Politics should never be in agriculture. At no time. What is needed now is an injection. Just like when you had Hurricane Gilbert, the big people that did insurance got rich out of the damage of Gilbert. Agriculture, the farmers, the small farmers are down and out. It needs an injection to farmers, like the production incentive program that we had sometime, where if you prepare in a acre of land, you get some money to assist you. And if you're planting, you get some money to assist you, right? In these times. And if you buy agricultural produce, there should be no duty on seeds, planting material, and the other inputs for production. At least for a 3-year period, get back agriculture and up as one of the major productive areas of the country.
Yes, I see. Mr. Oliphant.
So you encourage the people to stay in their communities, because a farmer can easily earn more than what they earn in the hotel.
Yes. Okay.
Professionals are jumping out of their jobs and doing agriculture.
Yes. Mm. So, Mr. Oliphant, what are some of the what
Well,
are some, yeah.
I agree with Glenn. We need to focus our attention on agriculture.
Yes.
We need to. That's why I will always say that we need a agro drive, right? Even if we're going to do it for 3 year period, we say okay, and this 3 year we're going to focus on the drive to resuscitate our cocoa industry, our sugarcane industry, to try, especially the sugarcane industry, because in the sugarcane industry, it's like you have about 26 different sectors represented in that alone, from the man who plants the cane to the man in the office. It's about 26 different sectors of people that they are employing. So when you look at that, that's 26 sectors that will be benefited from that, and thus the economy will benefit. And we need to look at policies like this, some bold policy. Even with the pre-deal they need some good guts to say we're going to tackle this, because it is a scourge on the farmer, and it discourages farmers from farming and going into farming, because it's not nice when you have 2 heads of cattle and couple heads of goat. You know, you look at it to say this will send my children to school, or this will improve my house to put on an extra room. And when you get up in the morning, not even the roof you don't see.
Yes.
Somebody just come and move on with it. What more discouragement you can find than that?
Yeah. Are you getting the assistance of the police in Manchester to address this?
Well, I would say to a certain extent, but they are woefully, the resources are just not put in this sector. Right? You notice you have a lot of, the police force has formed a lot of squads and task force. But when last have you heard a task force and pre-deal larceny, a squad that is put out there specifically to break the backs of pre-deal larceny? When last have you heard that? Quite a long time.
Yes, sir.
And more people are going in farming, and more people are getting discouraged because the returns cannot be there.
Wow, that's not good news at all, because, gentlemen, it would be a very good thing if the country could reduce that amount of money, 1.4 billion US dollars. Now, it would be a very good thing if we could take off the 400,000. Yes. If we could reduce that bill, and it is not something that is sustainable. So I think that some efforts need to be focused in that direction. But as you said, it requires some policy directives in order to address this matter. And the whole question of labor. Now, for example, the JAS, one of the things I understand, that some farmers, when it comes down to preparing their land, they're having issues getting tractors. I know that the Jampro announced some time ago that they had tractors. Is that an issue for your farmers in Manchester and St. James?
I'll give you an example. At the Manchester Municipal Corporation, popularly known as the Parish Council,
yes,
we have an agricultural committee. And that community over the last 7 years have been lobbying for an extra tractor, even one tractor. We have been lobbying for 2 tractors
Yes.
in the parish to complement what RADA has. And for 7 years we have been on that lap. And you know, for the first time this year we have gotten an additional tractor.
Yes.
To complement the 1.5 that is here.
Uh-huh.
Right? 7 years it has taken us continuous lobbying over different ministers of agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
And that is coming from an organization lobbying for the farmers of the parish. And if it takes 7 years to get one tractor, can you imagine?
No, that's not good news at all. You have tractor issues in St. James, Mr. Harris?
Well, we don't have any tractors down here. We'll lobby in for one, but what is normally said is that St. James is that one of the high producing things. And I know that St. James was one of the higher income earning from agriculture. Montego Bay had 3 wars exporting agricultural produce in years gone by, decades gone by.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have the Mafuta belt, you have the Cambridge Seven Rivers belt, you have the Montego Valley up to the hills, and you have the Maroon Town, Garlands, Niagara areas that are high agricultural production areas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not all kind of tractors can operate on most of the land in St. James. You know, but modern technology and the assistance to get them with proper land preparation would boost it, because I know that anything you plant in St. James, particularly in the hills and in the Montego Valley, you know, you can find a better taste in fruit or vegetable than those produced here.
Right.
You know.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We have been pushing for more to be injected into St. James agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
Because what a farmer can earn if the pay field is level is much more than what they can earn in the hotel sector or in the free zone databases.
Yes. And as you talk about the hotels, what about your farmers in St. James? Do they have the opportunity to sell their products to the hotels?
That's a very good question. Thanks for that. What has happened? We had lobbied, and years gone by, we had farmers groups supplying hotels directly.
Right.
That is no more. There are purveyors now that will buy from the farmers and supply the hotel.
Okay.
I can understand a part of it as business. When you have one person supplying, then you have it easier.
Mm-hmm.
But we had a group, let's say Mafuta group, used to supply to one hotel here.
Mm-hmm.
And they just cut them off and took on the purveyor.
So the purveyor buy from the farmers?
Well, in some instances.
Okay. But so let me try and understand it. So what it means now? It means that the farmers as far as marketing is concerned for their products, because that is also an issue. That they are having it, finding it more difficult to market their products. Is that the case?
I just said it in a meeting that we had today.
Yes.
Take, for example, pineapple. St. James has taken over pineapple production. Up in the hills of South St. James have taken on pineapple big and bold.
Right.
And is producing very good pineapple. If I give you one of the pineapple from my farm, Desmond, you know, you would be amazed.
Yes.
You know. And most people have to be selling it to the purveyor at a price less than that. Or you have to feed it to the pigs or throw it away.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
One farmer that we have here, he goes as far as to White Knoll.
That's in St. Catherine?
In St. Catherine.
Yeah.
To sell his pineapple.
Okay. So marketing is an issue, gentlemen. Marketing is an issue. Right? And
marketing is an issue, but you have to compete. You have to compete with the imported. And I wanted to say further that we need to get what you would call storage, proper storage, cold storage, etc. to store some of these crops, because let's say the pineapple that comes in, like how you see the rain start to fall now, a lot of pineapple come in shortly, right? If you are able to preserve them in a way, which I know of a simple way that it can be preserved, you know, then we would have pineapple all year round. You won't have the shortage that you have. And let's say the pizza industry would have to be importing pineapple at certain times to do their pizza.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, it might be all the time that they use imported pineapple for pizza.
Yes. So the sector needs, as you said, storage, marketing. Yes. Farmers needs to be incentivized, right, and motivated, so that we can lift both the standard and productivity in the sector.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, Dad?
Yes, sir.
There is something that I've been toying with all the time as it relates to storage. And I would say even our household culture needs to change. For example, it's mango season now. Plenty mangoes have dropped off. And we can, as individual households, peel these mangoes and store them and put them up. Make mango juice in our individual homes and things like that. So we would complement the large storage facilities that we have. It's a culture that we have not really latched on to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but if we can start to put in some education to let our people know, look, when the thing is in abundance, let us package it. It don't have to be plenty, you know. All you have to do is you can put some in your liquid refrigerator, and so that you have it in use when there is none.
Yes.
And we sell that idea across the country, where you would have these big storage facilities that are bigger. So what you would have, you could have a stability in price here, and also having the product when you want it.
Yes.
Yeah. So we need a whole shift in
culture.
Of our culture there.
Yes. The other thing, gentlemen, I remember this came up in the past. And that is how we can make more agricultural products go into part of the school feeding program. So that, for example, we could cut down on the use of sugar products to the children. Now, what is it? What is the latest on that?
Okay, I want to say that I am feeling proud as from the parish of Manchester, wherein one of our farmers and board member of RADA developed a mango juice this season, and it was not plenty, but we were able to produce a couple gallons of mango juice.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem is that we had to keep it refrigerated, and it is still refrigerated now. And we are trying to sell this idea to schools. So we have started, and we hope that we can continue and build on this that we have started.
Okay. That so at the JAS level, what is happening at the JAS level, gentlemen, in terms of the Dembe show is the big event coming up in a couple of weeks. What is happening in that area at the Dembe, the agri?
Well, as you know, Dembe is the flagship for the farmers.
Yes.
And we are hoping that this year we'll have a bumper crowd and bumper exhibition.
Yes.
Like last year.
Uh-huh.
And we are hoping for the best. We are mobilizing the farmers, getting the farmers to be involved.
Yes.
And we hope to have a good show.
Right. Mr. Harris?
Yes, the Dembe show is in good planning as we today was the launch of the Dembe show and the jingle.
Mm-hmm.
I think all parishes are going full speed ahead to ensure that the Dembe Agricultural Show 2023 is better than before.
Right.
And the rivalry is still there between the parishes.
Yes.
You know, so it will be a good show.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for bringing my listeners up to date on what is happening in the agricultural industry. And, well, you know, every week we have this show that looks on the food production in the country. So I want to say thank you again and keep safe and keep listening to Rebel Radio.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for having us.
Yes, sir. Right.
It's a pleasure.
Okay. That was Mr. Jones Oliphant, JAS president in Manchester, and Mr. Glendon Harris, JAS president in St. James, keeping us up to date on what is happening in the agricultural industry on food security. Well, let us go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Supplies is having a massive civil servant sale in celebration of all civil servants. Store-wide discounts and specials on new arrivals and best-selling items for all your home renovations. Best quality items at the lowest prices island-wide. You will love the savings. Just show your ID and you're good to go. So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road, or online at toolsja.com. Tools! The Lion King of Hearts.
Ever wanted to share what you know about a crime, but were too afraid? At Crime Stop, we make it easy for you to report on crimes safely and 100% anonymously. All it takes is 4 simple steps. First, contact the tip line at 311 or visit www.crimestop.org or www.311tips.com. Then share what you know anonymously with one of our trained counselors. Any information related to criminal activity is accepted. We don't want to know your identity. We don't record calls or use star 69. And there is no way of tracing tips over the phone or online. You'll also be given a file number for your tip. Next, track the progress of your tip by calling our tip line at 311 and quoting your file number. Finally, if your tip leads to success, you will be eligible for a cash reward. Rewards will be paid out upon request through a trusted disbursement agency with verification process to ensure that your identity remains hidden. Share what you know anonymously. Contact Crime Stop today.
Jamaica.
Best decision ever.
Feel the sand between your toes and the gentle waves of the sea on your skin. Feel the warm Jamaican breeze lift your spirits and nourish your soul. Escape to exactly what makes your heart beat. You will love every moment. Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go.
Do it for your best life. Wait, go check your HIV status. Wait, so keep your life trending, no pretending. Me I tell you, if you do it for you, do it for you. Every time you are link with a condom, coulda husband, coulda wife, coulda be a random. Condom connect and protect your profile. Be your own fan. Do it for your best life. Do it for your best life. Wait, you don't put yourself at risk. Condom connect every time. Do it for your best life. Wait.
First time I laid eyes with you, you teased and said I'm untrue. Yet deep in my heart I knew I was in love with you. So caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. You never ever go astray. Caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. Caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. You never ever go away. Caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. A man in my position can't afford to look ridiculous. Oh no. You insult my intelligence, making me so furious. So caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. You never ever go astray. Caress me, girl, embrace me, girl. Caress
Yes. Yes, welcome back. And we want to go back over to Portland. Yes. We want to talk now to Councillor Wayne Mackenzie, former mayor of the parish. Good evening, Mr. Mackenzie.
Good evening, and good evening to your listeners.
Yes.
Let me correct that statement you made just a while ago.
Yes.
It's not mayor for the parish, mayor of Port Antonio.
Port Antonio.
Normally the mayor of the capital of the parish.
Yes, mayor of Port Antonio. Yes, right. So, you? By the way, you represent which division, sir?
I represent the Prospect Division in Eastern Portland.
Okay. All right. So what's happening in Eastern Portland at this time? And I'm talking about, as it relates to the what is happening with the life of the people. Are the roads, water supply, health services, and all those day-to-day matters. How are they?
Well, of course, we have been major challenges in the parish, especially in the eastern end. I don't know much in terms of the challenges in the west,
yes,
as I don't know about the east. And the drought is a part of the problem. The road construction is a part of the problem. And so we have been struggling in recent times. There have been a slight improvement recently, but generally we are challenged as it relates to water supply in many years.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Portland hard not to be having so much water problems, man.
Huh?
I said Portland is a parish that hard not to be having so much water problems. You have lots of water there.
The truth is, though, that we have been experiencing significant reduction in rainfall.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have some challenges in some of the water areas. The rivers are thirsty for rain.
Mm-hmm.
But what we do have, though, in abundance is a lot of trucks. The plan for trucking water seems to be superseding the plan for putting water through pipe.
Okay.
And, even the member of parliament has a truck. But the sad part is that the office of the member of parliament is supposed to serve the constituents of the constituency.
Yes.
That's special interest, and many people would have reported that they don't receive because of their politics. So we're having challenges with the supply of water. Then we still have situation where the elected representative I don't know if it is a plan or the persons who distribute, but the persons are saying they can't get any water because of politics. I hope that change as we go along.
Okay. So the MP has a truck that is used to distribute water to our constituents?
There is a truck that the picture, the face of the MP at my office of the Member of Parliament. I don't know if it is a normal situation, but it is a situation that exists where there is a truck from the office of the Member of Parliament that do supply water. As I said, sources have conflicting reports as it relates to balance of service.
Oh, so I see. If so, what the reports that you are getting is from PNP supporters that they are not getting water from that truck. Is that the case?
Well, I keep hearing that argument that there's some political bias in the distribution.
Mm-hmm.
I have not personally verified it,
yes,
but that is the argument that I've been hearing on a regular basis. I even go to the west and hear the same argument because there's also a truck of the office of the Member of Parliament in the west.
Yes.
So, all in all, I'm saying that while we're having challenges, we're having an increase in the number of water trucks, but we're having the same energy in getting water to the pipe.
Okay. Yes. And what about the road conditions in your division or in East Portland?
Well, the road condition all over is a challenge. we've been trying to do some repairs where we get funding. There was a time between 2016 to sometime 2021, because we normally have a thing called a round robin where we the funds from the PIF and we do capital project in terms of road construction. Might not be a lot of money. We normally at least get to fix some roads. And between 2016 to 2020 there was none. Probably there was two round robin, one in the initial stage. Thanks to the minister around 2 years ago or 3 intervened and there was a national island-wide approach in terms of getting some roads done. So for the longest while we have received a few dollars. So we are, in my division in particular, I'm sure we have tried our best to fix some roads. We did Campbell Avenue last year, and currently we are in Prospect Land Settlement trying to see how best we can make the lives of people who both walk and drive improve. And we have also done a significant, through the assistance of the National Water Commission, a significant rehabilitation of the water network in that area. So we're not getting any loud cry about water in that area unless the pipelines are without water. Once water is in the line, everybody in that area now are receiving water once they are connected to the system. So the accessibility of water has significantly improved in that area as it relates to what pipes reaching them.
Yes, yes. Now, when I look at social media, I get the impression that lots of good things are being done in East Portland in terms of, making to improve the lives of the people. So, for example, that roads, bridges, infrastructure work, and, things are being done to improve the lives of the people. Now, in reality, is that the case?
I'm not seeing it. Not that there's nothing that has been done, but remember, the social media is a very important addition to the whole reaching of people in terms of information. A person can also manipulate it by doing a little thing, getting a crowd and taking a picture. That doesn't mean there's anything major happening.
Yes.
I have not seen that major thing. What I know is that the member of parliament in the main over the past 2.5 years have been missing in action. You see the member of parliament a few times, but there was a time when the member of parliament would be all over, see her here and there and everywhere. But some of what I've been hearing is not what I'm seeing, and I work through the entire parish, so I travel the entire parish.
Yes.
Not to say nothing at all has been done, but nothing in comparison to sometimes what social media is saying. The MP and our team, they're good at taking pictures and take pictures of everything. So if you have a lot of posting, it will give you the impression that you are doing a lot of things. But it does not reflect in a way and improve in the lives of the people.
Okay. Yes.
I am not even confident that the MP is really representing our interests, even on the road from Polentuna to St. Thomas to Harborview, because I've noticed yesterday the area between Folly Oval coming down, I don't know how far they reach now, was being paved with asphalted concrete, and it seems as if some good paving. But what happened is that there was no prep work to have the area ready for paving, and I'm wondering why on God's earth they are short-changing us by putting, and unless they are going to say it's remedial work, but it seems the level of asphalt concrete that I've seen, I trust that it might be the final thing, but I don't know how can't it is going to be able to put that on. And if I ever leave it as the final thing, I can say there was no prep work. the sub base was not prepared for covering.
Okay. Yes.
So I would love to see the MP represent us on that level road. The Christmas, I think the Christmas bridge in Kensington, a very narrow bridge but now on a newly upgraded road. Nothing at all in terms of them putting in a new bridge. So you might find accident in that year sooner than later. So even the road that, you know, it is a major thing to see it improve because the corridor between Port Antonio to excessive has always been terrible. But so if they're going to fix it and we have waited so long with the dust, everything all inconveniences, would want it to be done properly.
Okay. Yes. Yes. I think I heard some similar reports now that the nature of the work that is being done in Portland and the roads is below expectations. In other words, some substandard road work is being done there. I heard that.
And some areas that you would have expected to be wide are widened.
Yes.
It's getting narrower than the original. So I wonder what thought they put in the planning and the execution of the thing. Because I must say that I am one of the persons who appreciate the fact that something's been done.
Uh-huh.
But don't give me something because it is better, but substandard in real sense.
Yes, yes.
So I would want to get the better thing of first class standard. Even reflecting on the road from Nigel to Port Antonio and look how the type of road they put in, widen the areas as much as best as possible.
Yeah.
More difficult than that corridor to St. Thomas, to all of you. And therefore, with that experience, I was expecting similar type of execution as that side from Miguel to Port Antonio.
Okay, okay. No, that don't sound right at all. What
not.
Yeah, what is happening at the Musgrave Market? I saw where my understanding is that so the market was insured. But I saw where the MP has indicated that she has raised 40 million to carry out repairs at the market.
Well, one of the impression I would have received on the Eastern Musgrave Market is that they would have sought support from the private sector to assist in the main persons who would have lost their goods. I don't know how much is going towards construction. I'm happy though that the Minister of Local Government actually visit the parish and visit the market, and therefore the commitment from him is that every work having to do with market will go through the proper tendering and procurement process.
Right.
So I'm anticipating that will be done. The minister has kept his word and most things he promised in Portland for the longest while. So I guess he will commit and execute his commitment. I can't speak to the things MP has either whether east or west have committed and the work support they seek for whatever donation. I will stick to the formalities as it relates to the Portland Municipal Corporation being the owner of the market and the Minister of Local Government being the minister who falls under. So I will not say much on the commitment or whatever I seek from sponsors.
Yes.
Let those who give and those who are observing the contribution be the judge of it.
Yes.
But from a parish council perspective, I'm just hoping, which I have some confidence in the local council. I have a lot of confidence, in fact, that everything will follow the procedures that are expected of the municipal corporation and the Ministry of Local Government.
Okay, okay. So what about the young? What about the young people? Are they getting jobs?
Well, jobs have always been one of the main challenges in the parish. Not much have been done in recent years to create new jobs for young people. Young people will get jobs based on the progression of persons retiring and new people coming in, when an establishment adds to their labor force. I know during summer there's jobs. There are jobs during summer for schoolers in the main. But the general challenges we have is really finding sustainable employment for young people. That is a challenge that we need to find a way to sit down and see how we can discuss and encourage investors, more investors in the parish that can really give the youngsters hope. There are areas that we need to focus on. I think too often the politics is about winning and this election and looking to win the next one. And or when we win, we create that level of opportunity to sustain the economy of Poland.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I can understand that. So, can you imagine that that is something that the councillors have on their agenda, but are finding it difficult to come up with programs or to get the requisite employment agencies or employment for the young people.
But let me say though that when one looks at the roles and functions of the councillors and that of central government, you as a councillor don't want to find innovative ways to assist in that process of employment and encouraging persons to invest. But it's a more central government role based on policies and otherwise to create that opportunity for businesses to be comfortable to really come in and invest. The local authority needs to put in the basic systems to ensure the standards and so are in place. The proper building plan, all the regulations, local regulations. And we, of course, will see how we can assist in any area at all.
Yeah.
But it is mainly from a central government perspective that most of the employment will be can be generated.
Yeah.
But it needs everybody on deck. The council, the MP, the business community, the people. It must be a holistic approach, but the central government must put the system in place to ensure that the environment is really right for investment.
Yeah. You have been around for some time. From where you sit, what are some of the well, first of all, let me ask you, what are some of the main needs of the people in Portland? And the other question, give me an answer for that one.
Can you repeat?
Yeah, I said from where you sit, what are some of the main needs of the people in Portland right now?
Well, I'm talking about the need for employment. So that is number one.
Yes.
We need to ensure that we have the health services.
Yes.
In need to improve.
Okay.
It has been a while since we have been calling for upgrade of the Portland Hospital. And it is not just a call that you just call for call's sake. The first thing is that the people need to be in a position to get proper health care. That you don't have to transfer persons because you don't have a quality service in terms of the specialist. Because one thing about upgrading an hospital is not building a big building, a pretty building, and putting in equipment. You have got to have in it the experts
Yeah, the requisite skill set.
Yeah, specialists. So we need to get that there. And we can't be speaking of improving tourism and hoping to get ships in our harbor, that's an area where we should never ever fall off because tourism started in Portland. So it should always be improving. Unfortunately, that's not the case. But we are still calling for tourists and more tourists and cruise ships. We need to have the facility to facilitate proper healthcare, good emergency response to health services.
All right.
Why would we want more boots on the ground in terms of policing, in terms of security, national security? The local police have been doing a good job so far with the resources they have, but more boots on the ground is always needed. The road network, as we speak of earlier, we need for persons to get in and out of their communities with more comfort. We need a significant improvement of the water supply, more reliable supply. Over the past 7 years or so, we have seen a serious downturn in the water supply in the town in particular. There was a time when you wouldn't see much water lock off, but we have even the areas that were 90% supplied regularly is probably down at around 30% in terms of the amount of hours down in terms of water. So those are some critical areas in terms of need for the people. So there are many other areas, but those are the most critical. Employment, water, road, public in general health in terms of hospital services.
Yes.
Those are critical areas that if improved, people will feel more comfortable, more confident in responding to government generally.
Yeah. And but from where you sit, are you being a member of the political directorate in the parish? How would you say the level of representation that the parish is getting in? How would you say they are focusing in addressing those issues that you pointed out a while ago?
Currently, I don't see much effort. Remember, I might have been in certain forums where discussions I had or might be, but what is happening now, we're not seeing it, and the politics is getting more and more disappointing. Even as a person, myself, as an elected person, because we have persons in the political field, MPs, councillors, that don't believe in democracy. We can't continue and expect to build a nation to reduce crime and violence, to reduce hostility, to improve good relationship, good social relationship, and good values and attitude. If the persons who represent us are partisan, around 95% partisan, and don't think about the holistic development of a community or the constituency. And that is one of our biggest problems. We have MPs now, especially we have 2 MPs, and for the life of me, a person might say this or say something different, but I don't see them acting in a way, an inclusive way. The impression might be given, but until we really start to relate generally in a cohesive way for unity within the political space, then we are in trouble. That's the first problem we're having. We need to change this country we need to get the people seeing and believing that we work together for their general good.
Yes.
So I'm not seeing it over the past 8 years.
Yes, yes. So the MPs, they don't have what you call a people. In other words, they are not organizing the people. They are organizing some of the people, but not all the people.
Not all the people, because once the message, I remember perception sometimes. So if what you do, you give the perception that you are not including everybody, then it is going to generate that level of hostility, that resentment.
Yes.
And therefore, we must find a way to take back this country, and the way to take it back is to make everybody believing, and not just believe, but be a manifestation of it, believing that they are as important as the next.
Yes, yes, yes.
It must have a manifestation of it. Not just a one-off moment, but a consistent attitude and action that gives people confidence in general representation. And it doesn't just affect us in terms of the politics, It even affects us in terms of services. People have more confidence in government when you go to the service centers, whether the tax office, the post office, wherever, the hospital. If when you go there you feel that you are being treated as a first-class citizen, then it reduces the hostility generally, because people feel confident that they are part of a society that believes and cares about them.
Okay, understood, sir. Yes, yes. You in recent times, I see you have some. There are some reports of street people being maltreated, ill-treated. Is there a growth of street people in Port Antonio?
Well, sometimes you will see some strange people coming in and hanging out on the street.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, some of them might be from the parish, but just coming in after a time.
Yes.
But there are times when we see increase, that sometimes goes down. But it is currently a high sore, it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I know the minister made some commitment that he will, once the lands are identified, or land is identified with a multiple or singular, he will provide the funding. And I know the municipal corporation, through the CEO and the superintendent of works, acting superintendent, are actively looking at place to carry out that request. I don't know if they might go to a temporary year for now, but I know they're searching for place to adequately put a building in place to help to relieve the unsightliness, but not just because it's unsightly, but to care for them, try to create an environment of care so that they can at least be cleaner and be fed.
Okay.
I know that currently is a consideration that is active right now.
Okay. Well, Councillor Mackenzie, I know that I can't end without asking you. So, what is your take on the salary increase for the political directorate, including councillors at this time?
I tell you the truth.
Yes.
I've been asked that question multiple times by friends and persons that socially we just meet and so forth. And it's a question, honestly, that I try to not go much in. The thing I say about it, though, is that the salary adjustment for political representatives, elected representatives, councillors, and MPs,
yes,
each year it becomes due for an adjustment of the salary. Like any other negotiation, other group that has a salary that will increase. That they make a decision each period. If it's every 2 years, every 1 year, whatever it is, it's every year, every other year, whichever way, you make the adjustment and don't wait until 10, 12, 15 years. Because once it comes so far off the normal time, you're going to get a shock. And this is part of it. But one of the things I think affects person most is the fact that it is salary adjustment and persons getting a particular salaries and then MPs and councillors and other persons in public sector receive a big thing. Then the person must feel that this is what I receive and then this massive one to the other side. But my thing is not, honestly, to speak on it, I will give you my personal position.
Yes.
And my personal position is not whether or not it was the 200% or 100 at 300. Whatever the salary for member of parliament and councillors, whatever the salary is right now, is not my major thing. What my major thing is that even if you roll back the salary of the MP, roll back the salary of the council, roll back the salary of the ministers, of the prime minister, of the judges, of the other civil servants, the amount of persons in this country whose salary, even after the movement and the great movement that Minister Clark spoke of, majority of them cannot still survive with any dignity. They still go home with a little pay. They're struggling to survive. So my position is that the government needs to bring them up to a decent living standard so that they can go to work with pride, go home and treat their children and all their expenses with a sense of comfort. So it's not about when I let them roll back the thing. Even if you roll it back a million times, it doesn't change the fact that so many persons' salary keep them in a very, very struggling position.
Okay.
So while a lot of persons, politicians shouldn't get this pay, shouldn't get that pay, that is not the thing I'm saying, because I know what my salary was. I know how tough it is that you have to not just support yourself and the family. And most times when persons see and ask for things, it is sometimes something that you really have to, once you have the money in your pocket, you have to help.
Yes.
So most times when you get a salary, sometimes you want children and family don't get much of it because you are fixing something within your area. In my case, in my activity. So I'm saying that we want this public, I would prefer to, I'd love to see the public servant get a salary that is, you might ask me what is reasonable. But that is reasonable, and reasonable in my sense now means something that they can live off with greater comfort than they are now doing.
Okay. I get you. Well, I want to thank you very much for taking time out of your schedule to speak with me.
It's a pleasure.
And I want to ensure you that I'll be coming back to you because what I am trying to do is to get the people representative, to find out what is happening. We want to keep close to how the people are surviving, what is happening in the communities around Jamaica.
And they are having it difficult, as I said. Very challenging.
Yes. So, Councillor Wayne Mackenzie, I want to thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And as I said before, that keep your phone open because I'll be calling back on you again for us to talk again.
Well, if you call and don't get me, because sometimes it's like that. You can leave a message, but WhatsApp or normal text, I will respond.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's a pleasure.
Right. It was Councillor Wayne Mackenzie, and talking about what is happening in the Prospect Division in Eastern Portland. Let us go for a break. You are in touch with Rebel Radio.
Bursting through the clouds, we're shooting.
Yes. Good evening again and welcome back. And we want to talk to Mr. Denver Thorpe. We should have spoken to him when we were talking on food security, but apparently he was on the road. I think he was at the launch of the Demby show. Good, Mr. Thorpe is the regional JAS manager. He's based in central Jamaica. Mr. Thorpe, good evening.
Good evening to you and your listeners.
Yes, sir. Now, want to thank you. What is happening? The rains, the rains, based on reports, rains did considerable damage to the farmers in St. Elizabeth. What is happening down there?
Well, there are some areas in which we know that are prone to certain amount of damage by rainfall.
Yes.
When we have persistent rainfall, and it just happened again because as you know, we were in a long period of drought, and the unpredictability of the rain just came at this particular time. So some of those farmers suffered some amount of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And we have some reports that came in from Norfolk New Forest, where they had lost some watermelons and some of those perishable crops got damaged over that short period.
Okay, yes. Then what is the latest? What is happening? Today was the launch of the 2023 Demby show.
Yes, it was. So, as you know, this is our annual event, the farmers event.
Mm-hmm.
So today it was at White Marlow here in St. Catherine.
Yes.
At the Hypo ES Center, Super Center. So that was a very good launch we had today.
Right.
So everyone who was supposed to be in attendance were present, and the vibe is there for Demby 2023.
Yes. And I just imagine that all is being put in place for a very successful show this year.
Well, I must say that the energy is always there every year, So coming back from COVID, that first year was a big challenge. We still have not gotten over all of the challenges, but working together with the sponsors, I think we should have a good show this year.
Okay. So without taking tales out of school, what are going to be some of the main highlights this year?
Well, as you know, Demby really has himself in a number of categories which we have highlighted over the years, and we still maintain those. Our livestock display, we have seen a significant improvement in the local shows as it relates to livestock, in particular small ruminants, both sheep and goats.
Yes.
So we've seen a significant improvement in that. So we are anticipating the same showing to take place at Demby. The cattle era, Nutrimix always facilitate an excellent display of the different breeds and some new introduced breeds as well that they have on display there. The pavilion displays, we anticipate no less. The parishes are going to be competing under the Sir Aaron Bradrick trophy.
Yes.
So we expect to see some very competitive displays highlighting the 10 points that are a part of that competition.
Yes,
our Farm Queen competition is also on. These are female ambassadors for agriculture in the various parishes. So we are looking out for that as well. The local competitions have taken place in the parishes. So we are moving on now to the national competition for the Farm Queen. We also have been having island-wide judging of the farms for our champion farmer competition. We honor the champion farmer, and we have taken a specific focus over the years on female champion farmer. So we're promoting women in agriculture, and also we do a youth in agriculture. So we have a young champion farmer. So we promote that as well at Dembe. Separate and apart from those competitions, you know, we're going to be having all of the stakeholders in the agricultural sector mounting their displays, from the Ministry of Agriculture all the way down to every agency that is linked with agriculture. So we're looking for that similar agricultural and industrial relationship between farmers and patrons.
Yes.
Should be bigger and better.
Okay. Yes. So sounds like it is going to be a very, as usual, big and successful show.
Right. And over the years we have been having some international attendees, so we are looking forward to seeing that as well. Coming out of that, I think we had some participants from Cayman.
Yes.
And we have come and have serious relationship with some of our farmers. So we have some farmers exporting directly to Cayman now from Jamaica.
Well, that's very good. That's very good.
Building, no?
You're right. But what is happening to the farmers in St. Elizabeth? For example, you know, when I spoke to farmers there and around the island, one of the things that they keep talking about was the cost of agricultural inputs, fertilizers, etc. Now, I saw in recent weeks where one brand of fertilizer, the price of fertilizer went down. But fertilizer appears is still a very expensive commodity. Is that so? Mr. Thorpe? Hello, Mr. Thorpe. I don't know what has happened. I'm not hearing Mr. Thorpe. Mr. Thorpe. I don't know what happened. Let me try and get him back. Yes, we are talking to Mr. Denver Thorpe, Regional JAS Officer. Mr. Thorpe?
Yes, I'm back.
Yes. Now, as I was saying that agricultural inputs is very expensive, and I saw where the cost of fertilizer went down, one brand of fertilizer, but based on what I'm hearing, fertilizer is still a very expensive commodity.
One of the things I can say about fertilizer is that almost 100% of the raw material that makes fertilizer is imported.
Of course.
And we had some challenges with COVID-19, and it still lingers today.
Yes.
Because the demand for the product is very high, and the supply, one of the major components, seems to be coming from one of those close to the war-stricken area.
Yes.
So that is one of the factors which helps to increase the price. And so anything that we use textile to transport is also going to cause the price of these items to go. But we have no control over those things. One of the things we try to do as an organization is try and see how we can organize our farmers so that we can do some bulk purchases.
Yes.
You know, that they can use group dynamics in order to reduce the overhead cost of those inputs.
Okay.
We continue to work with our input suppliers to see how well we can make arrangements for those certain items to reduce the cost, you know?
Yes, sir.
And they have been working with us. We know the cost is expensive because I myself am a farmer and I practice on a regular basis as well. So we know that's a major challenge, but what can we do?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes.
We have to look at alternatives, and if the alternative is not economically viable, then we are left with only one choice.
Yes.
So
and
we have to look.
yeah. The other thing, Mr. Top, one of the things I get from farmers is that they base on inputs, labor costs, and all the items that goes into production. That the farmers indicate that they are actually producing at a loss. Is that the reality?
In some cases that is true, unfortunately. Some cases that is true. In other cases, we can employ some management strategies in order to reduce such costs. But one of the big things that a lot of us may fail to realize is that labor costs have increased significantly.
Yes.
And that in itself has caught the farmers at a very bad place. Because recently I was having some discussion with some farmers, and I said since the announcement of the increase in the minimum wage,
yes,
the cost of labor has gone up significantly.
Oh.
And I don't know if the transfer of that cost to the consumer may put an imbalance in the system.
Yes.
So all of these factors are really putting a little strain on the productive capacity of our farmers.
Yes, sir.
We really have to look at some policies that will ease the burden on the productive sector, meaning the farming sector.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those things in terms of one, we have to look at some more equipment where equipment can be applied. Ensure that enough lands that can facilitate equipment is made available to the farmers. And also to look at how we can cut some of the GCT and other taxes that farmers have to pay.
Yes.
In order to make their operation less expensive.
Yes, yes.
Because all of that will come right back on the consumer,
Yes.
Because farming is a business, and anytime a farmer goes out there, he starts to calculate his bottom line. And he has to put in all his expenditure in order to recoup his expenditures.
Okay, okay.
So that's how it is.
Yeah, I can well imagine one of the costs that could help to reduce labor is, for example, if the cost of tractors to prepare land.
Right.
Yeah, if the availability and the cost.
Not only that, not only that. There are certain implements that may have to be added to tractor service.
Yes.
Like for planting of grain, because in the developed world, when you're looking at planting grain, you don't look at a man with a machete, a team of men going out there to plant grains. They just put it in a planter and mount it on a tractor, and within half an hour you already do 5 acres.
Yes.
Planted.
Right.
So those are some of the things you might have to employ in areas where the land small ownership or small holders. We have to look at some small mini equipment that can be handled and be used for the same purpose.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you. Thank you for your contribution. And
yes, man.
Yes, and as you know, you will be called back because this is a program, is an ongoing program.
Yes,
So-
I have no problem. I appreciate it. I always try to ensure that the public is informed and that our farmers are able to gain some knowledge from what information I have to share. I'd just like to remind the public that Dembe this year will be 5, 6, and 7th of August.
Yes.
So those are the dates for Dembe.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Have a wonderful evening.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Same to you. It was Mr. Denver Thorpe, Regional JAS Manager, keeping us up to date on what is happening in agriculture. Well, we have come to the end of our program for today, our live program for today. And we'll be back on Friday, Friday. But keep tuned to Rebel Radio and the Google, right? And today's program will be repeated on Rebel Radio and Google, so you can tune in and listen to the program. Well, I want to thank all my guests, and to thank all my listeners and viewers, and I want you to stay safe and healthy. I want to thank my technical operator, Kevin. So until Friday, stay safe. I am Desmond Richards. This is Rebel Radio.